Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with our lovely crew, the New Moon. Guys, we're back. We did it. Everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi. I'm not looking at
Hello. Welcome. If this is the first time, that you're here. Yeah. You don't know what this is? Hi, we are a D&D live stream. We run every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, having 5 parties, living, existing, breathing in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Astera. So, yeah. Welcome. Super short on announcements. Really don't have too much for the next. I'd say probably the next couple months. I guess we could say that next week is going to be our Halloween episode. So please jump in for that to see all of us dressed up in costumes of varying arrays and people, and then you guys can try to guess who I'm gonna be. I don't even know myself yet. We'll see. Although it was talked about before we started that I would just dress up as someone said, just dress up as other players. So I think what we'll do is I'll just dress up as Matt. I'll just wear a flannel. I think
I'll FedEx you some clothes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
We can make that work. Yeah, you're welcome.
So excited about that. Also, the Brass Light, for those that don't know, our 5th campaign has officially launched. Not last week, but a week before that. 2 weeks ago, we had a little bit of a break in between. So if there are any flubs or whatnot, just know that we've had a little bit of a break, and I'm trying to kind of get back into the swing of things. But yeah, for those that are new to what the Brass Light is, it is our foray into a steampunk style campaign going into the land of Abravar, a place that is in Astera, but not in Imea, or really even surrounding Imea. It's a little ways off. So yeah, super cool. Very excited. We have a whole new group of people. We have 3 new players, as well as some players that are joining us from other campaigns. And it's awesome, and you should check it out and watch it, especially this Thursday, because as long as I can get my stuff done, it's going to be a crazy, crazy combat for our 2nd session, which is nuts. Although I think for New Moon, I think our 1st session might have had a combat, right?
Yeah. We fought the giant lizard thing that we
I know
killed
mine did.
4 sessions ago.
Yeah. Yep. And Precious first, and all that good stuff. Yeah. Cool. Well, so that's about it for announcements. Only other thing to mention is what I always mention. If this is your first time watching the channel, or if you're interested in supporting the channel, the best way to do that is to like and subscribe where you're watching this, whether that's on Twitch or YouTube. And also checking out our Instagram and TikTok down below right there, at It's a Long Story _TTRPG, ran by the wonderful, the amazing Kay. Thank you as always, Kay. Some cool kind of behind the scenes stuff, some favorite clips, some words, combat stuff. It's really cool. So check it out and give us the like and the follows. We like that. We appreciate it. We eat them up. It's good. Okay. That's it for announcements. That's all I got. So before we jump into tonight, we do need to get a recap of where we left off with the New Moon. And I believe, Chelsea, it is your turn. So take it away.
Oh my gosh. What a good question. Okay, so we woke up after a long rest / a very difficult and emotional night. I'm going through my notes. We decided to set off as a group. We elected to go to Messetti and go see Prisha's circle / triangle, which includes Alyssa's older sister, Elian. Somehow, to get us through the forest, Prisha decided to turn into an armadillo, which potentially, yes, you're right, Prishadillo, which potentially attracted the attention of a displacer beast, or it was very interested in us and the little armadillo that was leading the way. We did manage to escape from the displacer beast, and upon nearly exiting the forest, we encountered a mysterious figure. Prisha sent her familiar Fuff to check it out, where he was. I'm still unclear if he was shot or shot at, but Fuff was met with hostile actions, which upset Prisha and just about everybody. However, we met Ruvert Gomet. Yep. Who is not a wizard, but pretending to be a wizard. But he doesn't know that we know that. Who's a historian researching the living light, which is a race of people that died out and everyone forgot about them. That's all we know so far. We are also near Miracle.
Basically the remnants, the ruins, what's left over from them.
Yeah, which has some connections to Grian's history. Everybody was rude to Ruvert except for a couple of people, but he still invited us to hang out with him. And I think that's where we left off.
Yeah, I believe there was some conversation with Grian and Ruvert about kind of wanting to write down the history of Marigold and what happened there from Grian's perspective. But yeah, awesome. Thank you, Chelsea. Anything else we need to add, friends?
No, I felt as though Fuff's hostile action was handled dignified by Chelsea. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I really tried.
The words are hard today, man.
Fuff was directed to go run also by Prisha.
I remember that.
Just be clear. There was a
choice.
Yes,
because he is my eyes and ears.
I can't keep having this argument.
She put him in danger and then was mad that he was in danger.
I sent him into the forest, his home, to investigate something. I'm sorry that I didn't think.
Technically, it was the edge of the forest. It was out of the forest.
Listen, be that as it may, I am so sorry that I thought that a pygmy boar, a member of the animal kingdom, who lives in a forest, would be in danger in a forest. I'm so sorry that
in the animal kingdom,
that within
a tiny boar would be in danger in the animal kingdom.
Natural habitat.
All right, everybody else just walk off. Everybody else walk off. Brandon,
if anyone wanted to watch some D&D tonight's not the night. We're just fighting.
Brandon and Kay, you guys got it.
Hey, y'all.
It's his home.
Welcome back. Welcome back to New Moon, everybody.
Yeah, hear that.
Picking up where we left off, which we should do so in D&D form. You guys want to play some D&D?
I don't know. I kind of like this pig discussion that's going on right now.
Me too.
This is actually the RP, 100%.
Let's talk more about this.
Like,
this
bruh, how did you just let this boar?
Sorry, that's not what I get paid for. So let's jump in. I would like to have us start coming in for the morning after. And as I'm kind of switching things over, I want everybody to kind of think about what it is, what is on your character's mind on ideas of what to be, of where to be going, what the goals are, things like that. And then also maybe how we did this on Monday as well, and how your character is reflecting that on the surface. So for example, if your character is nervous about what is ahead, how is that showing up in what they're doing, or is it not? Or are they doing a good job hiding it? So that is how we are starting. So as we open up on a bright, clear morning. I always say it's bright and clear. Let's see. Okay. We open up on a gray, cloudy, foggy day. As the clouds seem to notice the travelers exiting the forest, being able to feel the sunshine finally, and said no thank you, and immediately got in the way of that. But as you all are awakening from your slumber, I believe you all slept outside. Yeah, we didn't do anything with that going inside or anything like that. So as you all are waking up, we'll go ahead and kind of describe, like I said, what's going through your mind, and then what your character's kind of doing. So we'll start. We'll start with Grian. Grian, where do we see you?
I don't remember if we talked about going to see Grian's parents' graves in or out of game. Is that before or after? Do you guys remember?
I thought the plan was to do that today.
We decided out of game.
Okay. I think no. Grian is a little anxious. It's a little weird for me to be back in this spot, or at least even close to it. So I think he was up a little bit early. I think that I've kind of just laid there, staring at wherever my face is going. Just kind of like not counting the minutes till everybody's up, but the morning seemed to drag for him. For me.
Grian, excuse me. Give me a perception check.
Oh, fuck, what's this character's perception? Okay. 15.
15, nice. As you're kind of staring up at the gray sky that is out before you, there's a moment when you notice that there is a slight change in one of the clouds, as if something had shifted in your view. You notice that what you first kind of determined was possibly just a cloud shifting is actually smoke. Just a small sort of puff of smoke that's come up. And I think the reaction of it does make you kind of sit up a little bit. As you see Ruvert Gomet standing in front of his this very odd-looking machine in front of the cart. You see him kind of like tinkering with something, and you notice the puff of smoke seems to come up again from what looks to be some sort of strange smokestack, kind of chimney-esque thing coming off the back of it.
Without disturbing anybody else, I'm gonna get up and go to the back of the car where he's working.
He's in the front.
Oh, he's in the front. It's just smoking from the back.
So it seems like there must be some sort of system that goes in from the.
Got it. Okay, so it's like an exhaust type thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll go up to the front and just. Do you need any help with what you're doing? Or. Sorry. Early morning. I know.
Oh, no. Sorry. So you spent so much time. In being alone. You don't imagine anything that's coming up to you is going to talk. So, how was your sleep?
It was good. Used to sleeping on the floor. and Jet's double bubble helped us definitely for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The double bubble.
I was going to offer to help with that, but normally it was kind of a tiresome day.
It's okay. I mean, I'm sure Jet was happy to just jump in and do what he needed to do. But I saw your thing was smoking. Is it okay? Do you need help, or is it?
No, it's fine. Yep, just checking the pipes.
And they're okay because there's smoke, and I just want to make sure.
It's what was it? Was it black or was it like gray?
Gray.
Great.
So if it's black, it's
bad.
Okay.
I would say, yeah. I mean, there's very little chance that any of that would happen, but if it's black, run.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah.
I wanted to thank you for listening last night and writing down what you did, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you. This is good material to and you're welcome.
I'm sorry it can't be helped to your living light research, but I'm glad I was able to steer you out of the wrong direction.
Yes, well, it's funny. It's kind of like a bittersweet sort of feeling, knowing that I'm not chasing the wrong rabbit hole, but now I'm back on the surface, looking at all the other rabbit holes, wondering which one.
Do you have any idea where you're gonna go, or what to do for after this?
Well, I mean, the obvious choice would be Zajar, but I don't know how much you know about that area, but it's not it's rather dangerous, and I just don't think this old girl really has it in her to be able to fight off whatever it is that's out there.
I mean, I grew up on the road, so I know the stories, but I've never been there.
Yes. Trees that come alive and grab you and tear you limb from limb.
Never come back.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny about those stories? If no one ever comes back, then how did we get the stories?
That's very true. I was gonna wake up some of the others to get some breakfast. Did you want any? I don't know if you have food for yourself. I don't know if you're like, oh no, squirrels are weird. But
Grian, how did we get those stories?
I mean, one would imagine that obviously someone told them and maybe made it out.
Sorry, what was your question? What was?
Or people tell stories to make sure you don't ever go there, and
possibly
they're all false.
Possibly, but I rather enjoy my limbs, so I'd rather just keep them attached to me, just in case. You wanted breakfast?
Yeah, I was gonna wake some of them up. Do you want anything, or did you have food?
Sure.
In your
yes.
Caravan?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, she could. Yeah, she could. Eggs.
I'll see if we can find some. It just depends on what's in the woods here.
I was offering.
Oh, I think that would go really well with like some squirrel or some rabbit, depending on what we catch.
Some pygmy boar. Oh, don't tell Prisha I said that.
No, that'll stay between us.
She's awake.
Oh, that's right. She doesn't sleep. Oh, that's right.
Friendly reminder.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that.
Doesn't sleep.
Right, well, I'm gonna go find her actually and see if we can rummage up something.
Okay, great. Well, I'll put the kettle on.
Sounds great. And Green will walk over to Prisha and be like, "Hey."
Good morning, Green.
Morning. Did you?
Did I sleep?
Sit. I was gonna say like sit there well enough, but it's.
Yes, Fuff and I had a wonderful conversation, Green.
I feel. I was gonna see if you wanted to go grab some breakfast with me, but like I can grab Titian. It's cool. You can.
No, I'd love to go.
Are we sure?
Yes. This is what I thought would be a joke. I thought it would be funny to be menacing. Was it not funny?
It was something. Do we want to take anyone else with us?
Anthe would be terrible at it. So Titian, probably?
Okay, I'll go get him if you want to get ready.
Okay.
Gosh.
And she's going to gather her stuff.
Yeah. Is Titian asleep or is he up?
I don't know. Titian.
What time is it about? It's about morning.
It's morning-ish.
I will say this actually, while you're thinking about that, Prisha. Obviously, you're hearing the conversation that happened before, but also as you were up and as you don't sleep, I'd say maybe before your thoughts being interrupted by your pygmy boar being served for breakfast, or during, maybe you're just able to. What's on Prisha's mind?
I think Prisha has been up probably. I think she's kind of abandoned the pretense of sleep. I think that she just kind of sits in her bedroll and, plays with Fuff or whatever over the course of the night. And that continues well into the morning.
Sorry, so what? Fuff doesn't get to sleep?
Fuff is Fae. Fuff doesn't get to sleep.
Fuff is a pygmy board of blanket, okay?
He is effectively a figment of my imagination.
He's a
okay?
I'm gonna be a pig in a blanket.
He's a sausage roll.
He's a sausage roll. Or she lets him sleep. I had not considered that Fuff also maybe required sleep, though that is a valiant point. DM.
I do think it would be really funny that Prisha does not realize that.
Yeah. He just scrolls when he leaves her, when her find familiar spell wears off. It's the only time he has to rest. Yeah. So I think that she chit chats with him quietly or plays with him. I think as morning dawns and she sees the wizard not wizard kind of rolling around doing his thing, kind of probably not realizing that she's awake. Mm-hmm. She's just gonna kind of watch him. And I think that she has a great deal of curiosity for this machine, but has no desire to go up and ask about it.
Okay, cool.
I think metal is a weird, that kind of metal is weird for her.
Right. Yeah, give me a perception check based on hearing.
I can do that. Oh boy. Perception. I just got blindsided by my own character sheet. 18?
18. Okay, cool. With an 18, you definitely hear Ruvert talking to himself as he's preparing in the morning. Very kind of like old man style sort of stuff. Nothing necessarily. Nothing that pricks your ears up or anything. Just stuff of, all right, well, Ruvert, another day. What are we doing today? Okay, good. Great. All right, they're all asleep, but I still believe you. It's all good. That's it. That's pretty much all you hear. Board. I don't think I marked this down in my notes. He definitely named the wagon. Anybody remember what that was? I put it down.
Looks like Chelsea's looking up.
Cool. did put down his name. That's it. That's what I put. That's okay. But yeah, anyways, in the meantime. So Prisha with that 18, that's all you really notice.
Okay, I think that as much as Green maybe intends to go get Titian alone, I think that Prisha just kind of instinctively follows him. And she's kind of just, Green, is it normal for people to name things that aren't real?
Yeah, actually. All the time.
Really? Do you name modes of transportation?
Are
your wings have names?
No, they don't have names. It's mostly like inanimate objects that people name. It's not really...
Are your wings inanimate objects? Or are they only inanimate when they are no longer attached to you?
I would say that, I mean, they're kind of always attached, but I think because they're living, breathing, they're just a part of me. Unless, I mean, I guess you could also name, like, your fists and be like, oh, lefty, righty, ha ha ha, but, like, I don't think of them like that. The one when you go like this and it makes the L, that's the... Yeah.
It's a bold assumption of you that I know how to read.
Titian, you wake up to both
Just
Green and Prisha
this.
giving you a loser sign.
They both...
Yeah.
They butterflies?
No, it's the loser, double loser, as if...
Did I...
I think I just aged myself to K, like 100%.
No, I know what it means.
Oh,
Prisha
thank
knows what it
God.
means.
Okay.
I do as well. Yeah, just
I'm
for
30,
Breeze.
not
Yeah.
7. God.
Oh, no, man.
Prisha,
Yeah,
however,
Tish-
is deeply confused. Just...
Yeah, Titian, you wake up to whatever Prisha's doing. And they're right
Scarlet
above
needs-
you. They're like Gria was just about to wake you up.
It's the Doctor Strange hand. She's like, loser.
I mean, fuck y'all too, I guess. Good morning. I don't know.
Hi, Titian.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Yeah.
Does this mean loser?
Yeah. That's you get that thrown at you quite a bit on the streets of Hosmal. A lot. Yeah. You can go ahead and put those swords back in the scabbard if you know what I mean. You don't need to. Yeah.
They're not swords. I don't have claws today.
Oh. Well, you know.
What
are y'all? Yeah.
We were gonna get...
You said?
Yeah, no, we were gonna get breakfast and was wondering if you wanted to come with us into the woods.
Yeah, I haven't eaten since yesterday, and I'm starving. Let's do this. Is it just the three of us going out here? Where's?
Well, I think Ianthe probably doesn't want to touch Squirrel.
Is Ruvert still around, or is he?
Yeah, he's working on his caravan thing.
He's petting the metal.
Titian's just gonna look at the caravan, and you just sort of get a glint in Titian's eye. All right. Okay, yeah, let's go get some squirrel. Do you think we might be able to find some rabbits today or this morning, or just squirrel?
I think Prisha's gonna do this, however this power manifests. I kind of feel like it's like this, in my brain, it's this psionic, telekinetic, or telepathic, commune with nature moment, where she kind of just sets a hand on the ground, like in a power pose, and just goes, rabbit that way.
It's just like radar.
I'm just gonna say this: if you want, we could get something even bigger and feed everyone with one thing, and I can get a good workout in this morning at the same time if you want. Like if you wanted to summon like a bear or something like that. We can do that.
I worry that I'm more likely to find a beast than a bear.
Yeah, we can do
I don't
one of
really
those two.
think that I can gauge what kind of food I'm finding. I think I'm just finding things that are of food in nature. So prey animals?
Small, tiny prey animals that live in the forest. Because that's where they live. That's how that works. You're right.
All right, sure, okay.
You and me,
no,
Florida man behind a Denny's.
It's a Waffle House.
You and me behind a Waffle House at 3:45 a.m.
Tishin is just awkwardly in the middle of this very Florida exchange right now.
100%. Tishin's like, what the fuck?
All right, let's go get these. Let's go get these rabbits. Let's go feed the party.
Okay. I do wonder.
While you're wondering,
I do have locate animal or plants as a spell. We could find a bear.
Is that what you want to do?
Well, it sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I think Prisha's gonna just go, wait, bear, and just kind of run as she casts the spell.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
It's literally just exactly communing with nature, listening to the voice of it.
Okay. Yeah. 1 second.
We're gonna make Joe put on the battle music for breakfast now.
Describe or name a specific type of beast, so you just hear bear.
Sorry, Joe. I was just riffing.
Prisha.
Yeah.
The concept of distance being a factor. Do you think Prisha would be paying attention or be aware of the concept of maybe if there is a bear, but it is a ways away, that would be a factor against going for the bear? Or would it be, well, Tishian wants bear, and there's bear?
I think after the Fuff incident, she'd pose it to the small group she's with.
Okay.
She'd be like, Tishian, I feel a bear. But it's far.
It is 5 miles away.
Tishian, I feel a bear, but it's far away in a distance measuring about 5 miles. I don't know if Prisha knows accurate distance measuring, but Kay does. So, but there's rabbits much closer. Bear?
Hold on. You're saying 5 miles? That's 8.04672 kilometers away.
Okay,
That's not that far away.
Right.
That's a 0.8 of a click. That's fine.
This is what tonight's gonna be, huh? Okay.
No, Tishian,
guys. I love it so much.
Tishian will just look at Green and be like, I have a feeling 5 miles might be too much without coffee. Let's just go for the rabbits. We'll do the rabbits. That'll be fine.
Yeah, I think just the three of us. It's a long walk into the woods.
Prisha grumbling as we head towards the rabbits. What a fucking waste of a spell slot.
This is a second level spell slot to cast that.
I'm sorry. Okay. No, hold on, Green. She's right. Let's go fight that bear. Let's go. 5 miles walking into the woods.
It's a bear. I just thought it'd be closer because it's the woods. It's fine.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
You said bear, and I got really excited about the bear. It's fine. It's fine.
So you guys go walking into the woods, eventually probably giving up on the track of the bear, as it would take some time. But before any of that resolves, I would say, Persian and Green, you kind of start to like lead the way. Titian, you're kind of just moving, kind of like, kicking your bedroll into a shape that looks like you might have started to pack it up. What is on Titian's mind?
Titian is thinking about the road ahead still. He's still thinking about... His mind is sort of really caught up with this idea of he needs to prepare himself. And he needs to find ways in which to hone his skills, I think, on the road still. He wasn't vigilant enough before, and he's not going to let that slip again. So if it means fighting a bear or Ruvert at some point today, it may happen.
Okay.
Not literally fighting Ruvert, but that's just like Titian's like, I'm not going to let anything.
Wait, did you say
pass
fighting Ruvert or fighting a bear?
I heard
Both.
a bear.
Fighting a bear or Ruvert is what I said.
Ruvert, got it.
Yeah.
Cool. He's a very powerful
But-
wizard. So
Yeah, he's very powerful.
just heads up.
But yeah, that's what's on Titian's mind right now.
Okay, you got it. Cool. So as you guys go to set off, first off, just for the DM's understanding, you guys going for this bear?
No.
Okay.
No, we're going for the rabbits.
Great. Cool. All right. So you guys head off into the woods, and I'll say about this time, Adim, you might have been awake this whole time, but it's I say it's about now when you kind of decide at least to maneuver from your bedroll or wherever you decided to spend the evening. What is on? Where do we see Adim? What is on Adim's mind?
Adim, once those three have left, Adim probably rolls over and like stretches out like, okay, good, they're gone. I do not want to be involved in that. So he's probably stretching. He's alone. I would say that people who've been traveling him longer, Randy, and maybe Grant, might take note a little. He seems a little more tense than usual, but the inner workings as to why is that he slept through the night. There was no combat, combined with the message of there's more than one ocean, blah blah blah, from Ashar.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, he's fighting himself to believe that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the tension. He's not like, I'm going to kill something. He's like, something extra physical is telling me to calm down, but I don't feel like I should be calm. But so he's like trying to incorporate that idea into what he's seeing. There's also a lot of, why am I hearing this? Not Ianthe. She's more magical than I am.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so there's a whole bunch of just this. His brain is, he's looking tense, I think, because he's fighting what has become his natural urges, and he doesn't quite know how. He'd rather a large part of him right now would have rather woken up to a dagger over his throat so he can fight something. That would have made more sense to him. So waking up peacefully and just hearing them banter about joking the rabbits and blah blah blah, and all that stuff. He's like, I don't feel comfortable with this. This isn't. I don't like it, but I should like it, but I don't. So yeah, he's keeping to himself, looking a little tense. So that's his thought processes and how he moves.
Okay. Adim, right? As you look across and you see like
What? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, honestly, probably maybe 30 to 35 feet away. A weird sort of way to start a conversation that far away. As you see Ruvert right next to his words wagon.
Yeah. He says Adim's name, and Adim spends a little bit too long holding his last stretch before he takes a deep breath and looks up at him and says, yeah, good morning.
Good morning. I just... I'll come to you.
It kind of strolls over to you.
I was wondering, your ink, where'd you get it?
Oh, just appeared one day. It's the truth. I just like...
Okay, all right. Well,
I woke up one morning with it here.
Must have been a rough night the night before.
Stoic look, like I don't try to make a joke, but just...
All right, well, I got eggs, but they're being made, so...
What's being made?
Eggs.
You make eggs?
Well, I don't make eggs, but I cook one, and I'm not even cooking them. She's cooking them.
Cooking, okay. Well,
yeah.
You're a wizard. I don't know.
Right. No, it's true. Yeah. That's very true.
Deem thinks very long and hard for a moment and goes, "Do you want any help?" Like he's forcing himself to say it.
He immediately responds, No, you're fine. You're good. You just,
okay,
I'll let you, sorry. I'm a bit of a morning person, and I forget that that's not, everybody's, looks over at Ianthe, not everybody's, MO.
Yeah, I'm more of an ocean person than I understand.
Right. Well, I guess the rest of the group are getting. We're just gonna. When they come back, we'll have it all. We'll have it.
Okay, if you need something, let me know.
Okay, will do. It's tattoos are very cool.
And you see him just kind of walking.
And I will then take out my chakram.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to practice throwing because it's what a deem does when he's not drawing. And there's, he's a little bit tense right now, so drawing is not what he's going to be doing. And he just starts throwing it around trees, like into the forest, around a tree, and catching it. Like he's not trying to hit anything. Just like, I wonder if I can make it around that tree. What about those two? Just catching it again and making sure it's like he's purposely watching to see, am I going to hit something? Yes. Okay, then put it over there. He's not trying to piss anything off. Just the opposite of target practice. What can't I do?
Got it. So. You got it. As you, because you have to walk just a little bit of ways, kind of closer to the forest to do that. So as you do that, there is a moment where you feel that at this point kind of somewhat familiar sort of almost like pushing through the a layer that feels like almost only slightly thicker than a layer of a bubble as you push through from Jet's double bubble. And I'd say in that moment, Jet, are you awake or does that wake you up?
Jet's probably been awake since somebody yelled something about a pig earlier, and he's been trying to go back to sleep, but he's also kind of excited because I wasn't here, so I don't know if Jet knows that this guy's not a wizard. Right? So Jet's just excited to have somebody to talk to.
Ianthe, did you say it to the group?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Cool. So yeah.
Then Jet is even more excited to interrogate this person about what he knows about wizardry because he's claiming to be one.
Okay,
so,
it didn't happen because you weren't here, but she would have said directly to Jet, be nice.
Beautiful.
For what it's worth.
Jet is definitely going to interrogate this person about being or claiming to be a wizard and not, because that's a no-no.
Okay.
So he's kind of giddy with excitement. You know, that's where Jet's headspace is. He's like, ooh, this is gonna be fun. I wonder what secrets we can find in this guy. He's got a cool machine, and I think like part of his getting up and around would be, he would try to go towards the machine and cast Identify.
Okay.
Just to know more, because obviously it's magical, right?
I never said it was.
Oh, well, it's doing thing. It's cooking eggs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he calls it by a female's name.
Mm-hmm.
And Jet's never been on a boat or understood people calling a boat something. So he's like, oh, it's got to be a magical object that probably yells in his head.
Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so you cast Identify. Are you doing this as a ritual? Or?
I will do it as an action, as a ritual, because I'm going to use one of my features to do so. Let me find it. It's somewhere in here. I promise you it is.
So you're using it as an action, but it's a ritual. Yeah.
Yes. I can do the normal casting
I like
time
it.
instead.
Chelsea, that sounds right.
If I can find my ability... Nope, that's the wrong one. Is it under features and traits? It's somewhere weird. I'll find it, I promise.
Okay.
But I know I can do it, because I looked it up last time.
We'll say, so the assumption is you're not spending 10 minutes doing it. You're
Correct,
doing
it's
it
just
ritual.
one action, yes.
Yeah, you got it. All right. Yeah, so as you cast Identify, you do not get anything back from the vehicle.
Okay. Interesting. And his name, one more time for me, please, so I don't mispronounce it. Is
Ruvert
Ruvert
Gommet.
Gommet. Ruvert Gommet. Joe would walk up and go, hey, Ruvert? What kind of magic does this thing do?
What kind of magic does this thing do?
Yeah, like can it shoot stuff? Can it fly? What does it do?
You're a wizard, right?
Yeah.
So is that how you typically describe your spells? This is a thing that shoots and flies out?
It can, yeah, very easily. Like, Jet'll just cast a firebolt straight up, or whatever spell straight up. He's like, that one shoots. And then he'll just, like, make a mage hand. That one flies.
When the fireball goes up, a demon's like, what? Oh, Jesus. Okay. I just he's already on edge. So.
All right. Well, I guess it transports me from place to place.
Oh, it's just like my favorite spell.
Okay.
So what school did you go to?
What school did I go to?
Yeah.
Well, considering there's only one school really in all of the area here, besides a one in Deswolf that I understand is
I was a teacher there.
Is an incredibly fine school. No, I did not have any scholastic learning.
Oh, did you find a crazy ancient tome in the middle of nowhere too?
No, that sounds like a very specific thing for... Did you find a crazy ancient tome somewhere?
Yeah. You want to say hi?
No, I'm good.
Okay. That's probably for the best. He yells at everybody.
Oh, well, why would you want me to talk to a book that yells at everyone?
Because maybe you could cheer him up?
Has there been others that you've tried to get this book to cheer up?
Yeah, Prisha got mad at me for it, and Ianthe kind of gave me some dirty looks because of it. But you know, he's my friend.
Well, tell me, does he fly? Does he shoot stuff?
Yeah, he can take my magic and throw it somewhere else. I'd pull out Codex and let him just float.
Great. Well, that's very good. Seems he's good for those things.
I mean, he can do other things too.
Right. That's my point. Right. So, like, if I went up and said, "Does that thing shoot?"
Yes.
You'd be like, "Well, yeah, but that's not all of it, right?"
Yeah.
So Eleanor, she gets me from place to place, and she makes eggs, and she does a bunch of other things for me. And I guess that's answering your initial question. I guess that's the best way I could answer that.
So, does she talk to you?
Oh, in a manner of speaking, little puffs of smoke, gear turning.
Oh. Do you, how? Okay. I don't understand machinery, but
No, it's very much like magic. It's just longer.
as in it lasts longer or it goes farther?
You know, well, I guess it's like casting a spell, but it lasts longer and is slightly more reliable. As we both know how volatile and tricky magic is in general, and sometimes that spell just doesn't go exactly where you want it to, or doesn't affect exactly the thing that you want it to. This is always a critical hit.
Do I believe him when he says that?
Do you believe that this is... Do you believe what?
So he's claiming that it's his machine is better than magic, right? And he's also
saying it's more reliable than
more
magic.
reliable. I don't know. I think I'd rather just stick with what I know.
Hey, well, to each their own.
But if you need any help with anything, I know a little bit about everything.
Wow. That's a statement. Okay. Well, if I need a little help on something, I will remember that you know a little bit about everything.
Well, what was it you said you were looking for? That everybody was talking about? Something about, like, glowy people or something?
The living light.
Have I heard anything about the living light?
Man, in Ariscar... give me a history check.
Cool. Here comes my first roll is a 1. Actually, no, that's not bad. That's a 16 plus history is 9. That is a 25.
Okay. You really don't have any scholastic knowledge of the living light. The most of what you've gotten is actually after you left Ariscar. You were, if I remember the timeline right, you would have been teaching in Dare's Wharf, so you got the message from Tall. Again, I apologize, gang. I think for both of you guys, I need to send you what that was. But you heard the sky turned pink, and there was this deep, dark voice that kind of played in everyone's heads that was giving this big, long speech about a revolution and making sure that the basically trying to stir up the concept of eating having the leaders have to pay for the choices that they've made by the followers. So in that regard, I would say that probably, to put it lightly, probably definitely stirred your brain up a little bit to kind of like get a little bit of information on it. So I think with the 25, what you know is that there is about 150 years ago, there was a bunch of what we would call just basically like oh my gosh, what's the word? Not asteroids. Smaller. Meteors, thank you. Meteors that came out from the sky and smashed down somewhere in Astera. And the story, the lore goes at this point that from there were these beings that seemed to take the shape and form of humanoid figures of many different sort of races, and called themselves the Living Light. And one of them is assumed to be tall. They were all taken up. I'd say for the 25, I'll say that there is some speculation that Celestia itself was involved. So the angelic sort of city was actually involved in the process of that, and they disappeared. The weird thing that Ruvert is looking into is the idea that this happened 150 years ago, and there's no concrete knowledge of any of this. So that's his thing.
Well, I will explain to him what I know. Safe. I'm sure that's not too helpful, but
No, that's about what we have so far. But if you do get anything else in your travels,
sure, I can send
me
you
a message. Yes. Well, I should check on those eggs.
Okay. Jet's gonna walk away and go over to Adim and just kind of elbow nudge him.
Okay.
That guy's kind of weird.
Huh. All right.
Why would you lie about being a wizard? That doesn't make any sense. Like, do you know how much schooling you have to go through to become a wizard? Like, why would that be the... And shit just goes on and on for like 5 minutes.
And
just like whispering.
His blade, just tossing it. Not being threatening at all to Jet. Just like, I'm going to let him talk. I'm just going to let him talk.
Beautiful. Cool. Ianthe, you... I just imagine for Ianthe kind of like does the thing where she like sits up and her hair is just everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. First, I think you... did you have exhaustion?
I did.
The night before? Okay, so you no longer have that. Yeah. But yeah, as you wake, what does where do we find Ianthe, both physically and metaphysically?
Oh boy. So I think she wakes up and she's just laying on like her bedroll as everyone's going around their business, and she's just kind of not acting like she's asleep, but she's not moving. And I think maybe at one point she rolls over and she's just like staring at Alyssa and absentmindedly fidgeting with what is by now a very wrinkled envelope that she's been carrying for a few days. And thinking about some really difficult conversations she's going to have when they get to Messetti.
You hear a particularly loud assuming that Alyssa is going to wake up, and she does that thing where she's just like, oh. It just goes right back to sleep. But in the meantime, you've heard at least the conversation of I think Titian and Green and Prisha. You at least notice that they're gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then I think like looking around, you see a demon jet kind of far off, and then you see at this point you actually see the carriage kind of doing this weird sort of like rocking.
Okay. I think I would have sat up maybe pretty abruptly at, what did Jet do? A fireball or something?
Mm-hmm.
And then saw it was Jet. So I think, yeah, I'll get up and maybe go like knock on the door of the cart.
Yes, one moment.
You hear these very strange, like sort of like sounds of like metal kind of crunching around metal with gears that are kind of like moving and kind of like banging against each other as you see Ruvert opens the door,
Oh, hello.
and then goes and kind of closes it behind him as he.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. I just had a noise and I wanted to make sure everything was okay. Do you need help with anything in there?
No. Eggs. You hungry?
Not really, but
Oh.
I appreciate it. Is everything okay in there? I mean, is there something? I just heard a lot of noise.
There's, just the, the typical kind of wizard problems that happen in the carriage.
I wouldn't actually. I'm not a wizard, so
Oh,
totally lost on me.
well, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, a lot of reading, a lot of memorization.
Now, and what is it? What sort of wizardry is it that you specialize in?
Well, I really love I guess transmutation would be my turning things into other things.
Okay. Interesting. I don't. Yeah.
Is there anything you need changed?
There's a lot of things I need changed, but I don't think wizarding is going to help that.
Okay. Well.
Sorry, just a bit. It's been a difficult couple of days, and I'm far away from here.
That's totally fine. I have something that I think you would something that I no longer have a use for, but I think you would enjoy it a lot. Give me one moment. And you see him open the door. You immediately hear the sound kind of getting louder as he kind of closes himself on the other side of it. And there's about 5 minutes go by. I have to ask, what is Ianthe thinking at this point right now?
Okay, her immediate thought is, great, I love hand-me-downs. Because as soon as he said, I don't need it anymore, she's like, great, you're giving it to me.
Beautiful. Cool. Let's see.
I might also be trying to... are there windows?
There are, but only for... there's only, like, ventilation windows. So there's no real, like, kind of, like, way to be able to see in. From here.
Okay. I want to try to, like, peek inside.
I'll give you. Sorry, excuse me. I'll give you. If you want to be like sneaky about it, you certainly could try.
Yeah, I'll give it a try. I'm not like gonna go inside, but I just want to like crack the door open and look.
Okay.
Cool. My D&D Beyond's not working.
I'd say if you're cracking the door open, I'd say it's just a stealth check.
Okay. One of you rolled a natural 20 earlier, so if you could do that again. Yeah. Hold on. 17.
17. Beautiful. With a 17, I'll roll for him. Okay, cool. You see, peering inside the carriage, there is kind of there's no real room in here unless you were dwarf sized. So like everything in here is there's a little bit of like a mess of like various sort of pieces of machinery and like little tiny like models of things. You see there's what looks to be a working model of of what looks to be like some sort of like city. Not Dare's Wharf, but there's kind of like almost like opened up like a 3D booklet sort of kind of thing. You see he is in the far back of the carriage, like full whole body tilt into a large like kind of like
Just little legs kicking.
Yeah, just little legs kicking. What's it called? Footlocker. As he is looking for something, he picks something up out of it, puts it on his wrist. It kind of does like a couple of like kind of like pushes a spring a little bit. Okay, all right, good. All right, now we'll get the rest. And he goes right back down into it. Give me a investigation check.
Am I good? No, I'm quite bad at those. Okay, cool. Cool. 5.
5. Okay, cool. With a 5, you do see there is the some sort of smoke that is actually coming off of an area that is a little bit covered by like a block of wood where you can't see, but it's basically, it looks like it's probably a stove on the other end. So a working sort of like probably like coal stove. So you see a little bit of smoke that is actually going through a vent and coming out from the side, from the chimney. And you notice there is a what looks to be an arm, like a mechanical arm that is extended out and is holding this like metal disc that's about 3 or 4 inches thick, that has a kettle on top of it, and you see the kettle is just at this point like starting to steam. It's a hot plate.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's about it. Everything else, like you see a lot of other things, so it doesn't really like doesn't really necessarily like connect to make sense on like what those things were. It's just a jumble of like drawers and yeah, you see just a bunch of like drawers, knobs, wood, metal, those types of things. You know.
Chaos.
Yeah, chaos. And everything is a little like definitely a little out of place. Like doesn't look like it's necessarily very clean in here. And then you hear, "Oh, good! I found it." I think that kind of gives you a cue. Yep, perfect. Yep. And you see him come back out and goes, "All right, well, give me your wrist."
I'm gonna give him my non-cursed wrist.
So this is something that I was working on kind of building I'm by no means an artificer in any way, but this is something I was working on kind of connecting some ideas of machinery and obviously the wonders of magic. So this is a device that is you can wear it. It looks very much like a some people in Eriscar would call it like a wristwatch. It's a little big and bulky, but kind of does the trick. And then these, and he kind of like pulls out a this like almost like this like Leatherman's belt sort of set that kind of like extends out, where there is an array of very small like miniature ballista bolts. These are they're what you can put in it to to do damage.
Oh, so it's sort of like a secret weapon thing.
Yes. Yep.
Wow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Kind of neat.
Yeah. Well, you can have that. It's important to. I didn't label all these, but some of them are imbued with magical glyphs and spells that will do certain things. So if you want, I can just make sure that I spend some time and label them for you.
Let's make it a surprise.
Okay, all right, well, great, all right, I like it, well, good, because it would have been very painful to figure out what those did again.
We'll figure it out in the moment. This is wonderful, thank you.
You're very welcome. I used to wear it myself, and then I realized, well, that's nothing a good old-fashioned firebolt can't do anyways.
It is bread and butter, from what I hear.
Right. Well, the eggs are done.
Yes. Do you want any help bringing it out, making some tea?
Yeah, I'll hand it out to you, and then
Great.
And at this point you hear the. Oh, all right. Well, the tea is done too. Okay, great. And can you ask if there's if they want coffee as well?
I think some coffee will be in order.
Great. All right. Give me a minute. I'll just kind of get it collected, and then I'll meet you at the door.
Okay.
At this point, I'll say, so Prisha, based on your abilities here, there's no real check to see how well you guys do. But we'll put it this way. There's no real check to say that you don't get what you want. But what I would like to do here is to have all three of you, Tichy and Green and Prisha, roll d20s. And tell me what you get.
An 11.
I got a 14.
Okay. I got a 4.
Great. Awesome. You guys bring back, say about maybe 4 rabbits.
4 rabbits.
So it's decent. It's a meal.
Well, and we had a whole bunch of just squirrel laying around from before, so...
You pass by so many squirrels on the way to get these rabbits. Yeah. But yeah, as you guys come back, I'd say Ianthe, I would say like you just kind of help kind of prepare sort of and there's a moment where the spit from the night before is,
oh, yep, let me handle that.
and he just flings the rest of the carcass out into the woods. And then you don't see exactly how he does it, but he actually extends it out, and it's this little like grill table. So,
Yeah, he knows how to camp.
Yes. Bon appetite.
Is Ianthe helping cook?
No.
it's already cooked.
Okay. Oh,
No.
damn.
Yep.
Oh. Thank you. Prisha's gonna take some, like, the leg of a rabbit.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. The eggs are already cooked.
Oh, the eggs are already cooked. I was like,
I want to say I didn't connect that until you immediately went to the rabbit. I was like, wait, you guys just brought that back. Now I'm with you.
I was curious.
I imagine Tishin has been carrying the rabbits with everyone, like, of the three of them, I imagine. Tishin will just sit down and,
Begin deglove these rabbits.
Yeah, and he's just going to start the grim work, 10 feet away from the cooked eggs.
I think Prisha's going to help with the grim work. I like that that's the nice way to put it, as opposed to using awful medical terms.
Yeah,
you just hear like
the
lots
tearing
of tearing.
Yeah.
You know what's wild? Prisha doesn't even need to eat this. This does not affect her at all. So you're like, ooh, death! It's like playtime. It's this is what is it? It's I'm enriching my enclosure.
I'm having a great time.
You and me off bone.
Tishian, roll me an insight check, please.
Insight, you say? All right, that'll be a 17.
Every time
17. Prisha is having so much fun with this, and you are aware that Prisha does not need to eat this. So there's a moment of there's the need to do this, and there's this is the favorite part of my day, and that's what I think you're seeing from Prisha.
I think as Tishian and Prisha are skinning the rabbits. I'm kind of taking them from them, and it's just like, my mom had a really good recipe for wild rabbit, and I'll pull out a little pouch out of my pouch, and just some seasoning, some spices and herbs, and start rubbing them on top of the meat as it sizzles on the grill. And
11 herbs and spices.
12 actually.
12. Whoa.
12. It's love. Love is the 11th.
One too many.
While they're doing that, Jet's going to take 5 minutes 10 minutes while they're doing all of this, and he's going to make a second level scroll of vortex work, and he's going to give it to. Is he a dwarf? Because you said that
yes.
Okay. Then he would bring it over to him and hand it to him and say, "This is my favorite spell. I don't know if you have it yet, but." From one wizard to another, thank you for breakfast.
Oh, great, awesome. So let me see this.
And I'm going to roll for him. Okay.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, be handy if I need to give this to someone. Thank you. Appreciate it. Enjoy.
And Jet's gonna get some eggs and just literally claws extend and just dig a handful of them. I'm assuming they're scrambled, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's just gonna dig a handful and just shove them into his face while he watches everybody just tear the rabbits apart. It does not faze him in the slightest.
Beautiful. Meanwhile, Alyssa just goes down and thinks, "Can you get him to stop?"
I don't think we can. Maybe we should go sit over there, because I'm also horrified.
Yeah, this is. Oh no! Now Green's coming over with the.
Okay.
What's that?
This is rabbit.
I know that. I heard everything. What's that? And points to the pouch.
Oh, these are just little spice blend that I carry with me. Makes this a little bit more appetizing when it's appropriate. Do you want to try it?
The spice?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he'll
it tastes good.
He'll just take a pinch and put it on her palm.
What do you imagine it tastes like?
Ooh.
What's the
wild herbs, if I may.
Not taurine. What's the stuff for margaritas?
Salt?
No. No.
Lime?
Tequila?
Lime? There's not a whole lot.
Guys,
There's tequila, lime, salt.
Tahini knows what you're thinking of.
Tahine, thank you.
Tahini.
You
Oh.
uncultured swan. No. Tahine.
Literally.
Is it
No,
like that?
No, I
So
imagine.
Probably not.
Spicy, it's acidic.
Oh, good God. Spices as in things that make your food taste better, not like is spicy. That is like, it doesn't have any heat. I imagine it to be like, probably some like tarragon, like marjoram, maybe like a little bit of pepper,
Dried
obviously some
parsley.
salt.
Yeah.
With
And
rabbit? No.
lemongrass.
Good God. But yeah, like that kind of like earthy mixture.
It tastes like salty grass.
Thanks, Kay. Kay and I are getting a fight today.
This doesn't taste good.
I promise it tastes a little bit better on the meat as the juice is kind of infused with it and the flavor's kind of there. It'll
Okay.
taste better, I promise.
I can teach you a magic spell that will allow you to enhance your food however you want it to.
Okay.
All that.
So I could put hot sauce on it?
Yeah, whatever you want.
Great. Do we have hot sauce?
No, I will teach you how to do it magically.
Okay.
Great.
Can
It's
you
really
show
easy.
me how to do it by putting it on these eggs?
I can teach you.
You guys really should
Could
eat
you-
these eggs before I finish them.
Could you just show
Like
me?
spilling out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I want you to teach me. It's so early.
All right, then eat your bland eggs. See what I care.
No, we cut from there. Cool. So you guys are enjoying your breakfast, your rabbit and your eggs. And I'll say we're kind of at a spot now of like everybody's kind of just finishing that up.
I understand you have a trip ahead of you, and I imagine I'd do the same, but probably
Yes.
in this. Yes.
Where, I apologize if you mentioned already. Where do you suppose you'll go next?
Well, it's been a few years since I've been to Hasamo. I think I'll probably visit there. And then,
Dean just quietly shakes his head, slowly eating the eggs and the rabbit.
just try to find my way eventually northward.
Sure. Yeah.
I
I
would,
hear Hasamal's lovely this time of year. Haven't been.
I would suggest if you go, don't tell anybody you're a wizard.
All right.
They beat me and drug me through the streets.
Because you're a wizard?
Yes.
Maybe just be careful.
That's what Jet believes.
No. You see him about to say something.
Well, because it could have been because you. It's probably because you're a wizard. Yeah, I'll make sure that I'm careful about that. Well, I feel free to finish your food, but I will be starting to pack up Eleanor and. But it's been wonderful to meet you all, and I wish you all the best of luck, and perhaps we'll all meet again. Grian, again, thank you.
Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure. Stay safe out there.
Thank you. I will. As likewise for the rest of you. Well, excuse me.
You see him kind of head off into the carriage.
I want to watch how this thing moves.
Me too. I mean, the way
Me
it smokes, I want to
three.
make sure it actually moves, you know?
Yeah, I think as you guys are sitting waiting, I think there's a moment where he kind of like peeks open the door.
Oh. All right, I guess I'll leave first.
Oh, we're not in a big rush.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, ta-ta.
Closes it. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't close it. Crap. So he gets out. What's on here? Okay. All right. Are you all watching this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I need perception checks from everybody.
We are locked the heck in, Joe.
Yeah. We've never seen anything like this.
12.
Okay, good.
22.
God damn it.
Nat 20 for a 24.
God damn it. Okay.
11.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
16.
All right. I'm good with those numbers. So for Ianthe, Titian, Grian, and Jet, you all are watching, and nothing is happening.
He's stuck.
Adim and Prisha, you see just under the cart these tiny little dwarf feet come
Oh,
out.
he's Flintstoning it.
No, he's not. No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That would be amazing. No, he is not Flintstoning the cart. He goes, that would be so dumb.
Genius.
He kind of like sneaks out from the door, kind of goes out around to the other side to where the engine actually is, and basically does this like little like lawnmower pull thing. You guys don't really see that. All you really see are the feet. I'll be honest. I think maybe with a Dean with the nat 20 is you hear the slight grunting sound. Yeah, yeah, just that. But it's luckily on the other side, away from us. Yeah.
Chris just gonna lean over to Adim very slightly and just be like, "How bad of an idea would it be to send Fuff over there?"
Don't do that. But I take out my sketchbook and I start drawing it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, right?
Like,
Do you include the dwarven feet underneath on the other side?
yes, 100%.
The moment of Adim and Prisha, right? Right?
Just like a lawnmower.
It's my hair. It's what it is.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, they're like right there. Yeah, don't forget the
And
hair. Like the
you look
little
at, like,
hair on his
everybody-
feet.
You look at like Ianthe and Titian, and Grian and Jet, like all just kind of like waiting. They don't seem to kind of like catch this at all. And then all of a sudden, just like maybe just as you guys are about to say something, all of a sudden there's like, and you hear the engine. There's a couple of like just blaringly loud. As a huge like smoke ring shoots out that's a little darker than it should be, as that moment kind of you see the door open.
All right, well, I'm off. Good luck. We said goodbyes. Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
Shuts it. And you see the cart just start to slowly move forward, and start to head down the hill.
That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
That is the weirdest man I've ever met.
Yeah, that too.
As you see it go
Yeah.
down the hill, you see it start to pick up speed, and then there's a heavy like stop as he kind of like slams the brake, and then like every few feet having to slam the brake as it goes down.
Just ride that break.
Titian's gonna lean over to Grian. Grian,
Yeah.
does he use ghosts to move his vehicle around?
I wish I knew how it worked, but I actually don't know if it works with the way it keeps doing that. Just.
He said it was better than magic, but I mean, I could just magic us farther than he's gotten so far.
He said, reliable.
Ghosts don't exist, guys.
Oh no!
Oh, no!
What do you mean?
No, hold on.
No,
Actually, and walks
hold on.
away.
Hold on. I don't want to start an argument, but I was in fact stabbed by a ghost one time.
That's true. We have
100%.
If you look at this scar right here, I was stabbed by a dwarf ghost and thrown from a ladder.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Prisha doesn't believe in ghosts?
I know, right?
But you've met Codex. He's a ghost.
No, Codex
Vengeful
is a
spirit
book.
ghosts are a little
Very different.
Very
You're
categorically
saying that
different.
ghosts can't be vengeful?
So what I'm saying is, I believe in ghosts.
So as you see and hear, and most of it's really hearing, as you hear the heavy as it starts to kind of slowly fade away out into the distance, you are all alone.
God, finally. No.
Actually, I will say this: as you guys notice that you're all alone, you look down and you notice that what do I want to call it? It's not, I'm calling it like a grill table, but it's basically like a.
It's kind of just like a wire rack that sits over a fire. It's not like a spit or whatever.
That's still there.
Cool.
Well, I mean, we can't let that go to waste. Titian will take it off and start cleaning it and disassembling it.
Titian, as you do, give me a sleight of hand check.
I knew it was going to be sleight of hand. I just knew it. All right.
Because it's hot.
It's a 4. That was an actual 2, 4, 4. Yeah.
Beautiful. Awesome. You put your hands on the grill thing, trying to kind of find a way to preparing to clean it, and it shuts on your hands. So as it does, I'm gonna roll to see if you take any damage. Yep, you do. You take 3 points of piercing or bludgeoning damage, your choice, as it shuts in on your hands. It is truly just like a wire rack that has shut closed. Seeming like there's some sort of spring-loaded sort of thing to be able to extend it out to being a spit roast or a grill table, or wire rack. So it just kind of like closes in on your hands, on your paws.
I think you see it, and I guess this isn't full view of everyone in the party. It closes in on Titian's hands, and then he just fuck, and just instantly opens it up. Fuck, God, no.
Are you okay? You okay?
Fucker got me, man.
It just bounces off. And...
Does it look like it was hot while it was closing on him?
Yeah.
I'll just make some water to cool it off, and
cool.
Psst.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, you okay, Titian?
No, I think that guy put some ghost in that thing too. It just snapped up on me.
Prisha's gonna come over and hold out her hands, both hands, for one of Titian's paws. Let me see. And can I healing word it? Can I cast healing word?
Yeah.
She's gonna cast healing word. Be like, is that better?
I don't think you can roll lower than 3. So.
I sure can't.
Yeah. So you heal for 3.
I mean, I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That That's better. Thank you, Prisha. I appreciate that. Right as rain.
Good. Now, how do we get that thing put away without damaging us?
Do you want me to take a look at it?
I just picture everybody in the party just staring at it.
Staring at it. Fuck is like snuffling it just a little bit, like wary, but just.
Yeah, Jed, if you think you can figure that demon contraption out, I think that'd be.
Are there any buttons on it?
This is the thing that's gonna just derail New Moon.
Jed's gonna pick it up and just take a good look at it. What do I need to do to try to understand this thing?
So, picking it up, slide a hand check.
Would you believe me if I told you?
Yes.
I rolled a 12.
Perfect.
Yes.
11 or higher, you're fine. As you pick it up, you notice it does not close immediately on your hands. You notice that there is some sort of interesting spring contraption to it that also that drops it down to being able to have one sort of cross spoke hang downward and the rest kind of hang above it, as well as two extension sort of pieces at the ends that can kind of extend it out so that it sits a little bit higher. You find where that mechanism is to kind of fold it in, and you do so slowly, as you do feel the tension to it, and you're able to kind of close it up.
Okay, here you go. I'm never touching that again. It almost hurt me. And he's gonna hand it to Tishian.
I will say, once you the sleight of hand was immediately picking it up to figure out how to work on it. So I think now that you kind of get the idea of it, and it's pretty compact. It fits into a spell scroll case.
Question.
Yeah.
Could this be used in combat as
Anything.
a weapon?
Yes. The answer the answer to that question is always yes.
Yeah.
So could I potentially use it like a quarterstaff?
No.
Okay, so how would it just be an improvised weapon?
Yeah.
Okay, it can't get worse than my claws. So it's
no.
you know what? Whatever, it fits in a scroll.
Sorry,
case.
you're asking me if this grill table spit roast could be used as a weapon.
Well, I mean, it would be really cool to swing it as a spit roast and then hit make it extend on somebody.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a weapon that does a D4 of damage, for sure.
Same as my claws.
Yeah.
Unless anybody else wants it, I'll just throw it in a scroll case.
Perfect.
No, you can have that thing, man. I don't even wanna. No, you can have it.
All right.
So are we?
Okay.
Are we getting out of here, or are we just gonna stand here and?
Grian, did you want to go investigate?
Trisha, stop calling me a loser. Please stop calling me a loser.
I didn't know I was calling you a loser. I'm sorry.
I told you to put those sabers away.
I just don't know what that means. I don't understand. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I guess. Grin, are you ready to leave? Can we get on this road? You think?
Yeah. I mean, I think we're good to go.
You didn't want to stay and go see your parents?
I mean, it's probably not a bad idea. I haven't been there in a while, but it's not here. It's that way. So I'm not sure which way we're going, but it's that way.
So I think I mentioned this last session. It's not really out of the way.
Grian has no idea. So Grian has no idea where we're going, but he just knows that it's
Did you guys say you were going to Messetti? Wasn't that said in game?
Yeah.
Right, but as far as
is the only one who
geographically,
I think knows where Massetti is.
yeah,
Yeah, we have no idea.
As far as from having been there.
We're following the armadillo.
Yeah.
yeah.
Grian, you point to where it is. Prisha, you notice that's not really that far out of the way.
Oh, yeah, we can go.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you guys don't mind, you can go that way.
No. I'd want to do the same if it was me, so I think it's a good idea.
Am I missing something? Is this a thing that we're all gonna have to emotionally, or we're gonna need to emotionally support Grian for?
I think we should probably be prepared to do that.
Okay.
It's probably always a good idea.
Of course.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll head this way. And Green will kind of start to walk that direction.
Cool.
Prisha will follow along. And let Fuff be unsummoned. Let the poor child sleep.
Okay.
Tishina will follow along. Tishina will follow along, but he'll intentionally stick close-ish to Adine.
Cool. You got it. All right. So, as you guys are walking along, it's about maybe like a 20-minute walk. As you are walking through, you notice that with the skies are gray, giving this sense of like a constant sort of like right on the cusp of like rainfall. I think there's many points where as you guys are traveling, you guys are just continuously just like almost instinctively kind of like looking up, like even like feel, like the moments where you almost like feel like you feel ghost droplets on your skin, but doesn't really ever seem to fall. Grian, I'd like you to go ahead and just handle the rules now. I'd like you to give me a religion check, a perception check, and a wisdom saving throw.
My religion is such shit. It's again a 9 for religion. And then you said, what was the other two?
Perception.
Perception is 12. And the last one was
wisdom saving throw. Sorry.
Oh yeah, my +1, guys. A 7.
Okay. As you're getting closer, there is a point where you see there's a point that I think you almost have this weird sort of heart flutter moment that as you're walking kind of up this sort of small hill where you just sort of see the top of a tree, the very top of it just bare, just branches. And you know which tree it is. Grian, do you stop? Do you hesitate? Or do you just keep going?
I stop, but in that kind of catch your breath, take a breath, and then keep going kind of way. As I make my way towards the tree.
As you get closer, you notice that
there's not, and the rest of you all as you're kind of following along, there's not much here. I'd say for anyone who's, no need to roll here, but say like anyone who's decent at survival might notice some patches of grass that is significantly younger, some like kind of like dirt spots, and maybe some areas that look a little, ground looks a little gray, and the resemblance of some ash that has somehow just continuously been caught between the grass all this time. Green, I don't think you see any of that. I think you're just looking at the tree in front of you. What's on your mind as you get closer?
I think that the tree is bigger than the last time I saw it. It's obviously been a few years. And the ground is unfortunately fertile between the ash and the bodies. And I'm staring at it, partially trying to just remember where I buried my adoptive parents around the tree. I think everything looks similar, but not at the same time. It's been a while. And I look around and I think about all of the buildings that were, like all of the houses that were there that are no longer there. Like the dirt trodden path the people walked through that's overgrown. And how, for as beautiful as the place looks, I don't see the beauty in it. All I see is forgotten. Not by me, but by nature. I'll kind of skirt away from the tree a little bit to a place probably like 15-20 feet off, and I think of, this is where my caravan was when it caught fire. Just looking at the ground, I kind of see the memories that were there. My father laying bloody in one section, and I look down, and all I can see in the spot below me is my mother just lifeless in my arms as I'm sobbing, and just those tears and the blood running down my own face, and how it just kind of crawls over my body. And as I'm sobbing, in this moment, my wings appear for the first time. And how kind of devastating that was for me. And I look back to the tree where they're buried now, and just take a breath and kind of just take it all in. And I try to just keep myself together.
Prisha. Roll me a religion check.
Non-natural 20.
Where are you in this moment?
I think Prisha, for as lighthearted as the walk here had kind of been, and like leaving camp had kind of been on her end, I think as she comes to like what would be kind of this burial site, I think the weight of it kind of hits her as Grian is silent and ruminating. I think that she kind of tries to stay a little further back. I think that it suddenly dawns on her, at least a little bit, that this is her being here could disrupt something in the mourning process. And I think she just thinks it would be really unfortunate if bones started crawling toward her. And so she steps back.
There's a moment where, starting out feeling very abrupt sort of sense of cold terror at first, you start to hear shouts. You hear the phrase, "I've got them. Let's get out of here." You hear a dirty 20, you hear a very familiar voice yell out, "Mom." You hear the phrase, "My baby. It's okay. You'll be okay." And watching the ground and trying to, as you said, in times of moments where you aren't always able to control how the pieces of the dead respond to you. That last voice said it's okay. You hear it coming from a direction in the ground, very close to the tree.
Is Grian still searching?
I don't think I'm searching as much as I'm looking around at kind of what once was, what is.
I think Prisha, I think she doesn't know why, because it's not her memory that she's like feeling. But, you know, a couple tears start to come down her cheeks as she kind of takes a step toward Grian and like offers him her hand. And with the intention of like, she's facing the tree and the spot that she feels the pull from?
I think I feel Prisha's hand brush mine, and it kind of snaps me back out of my own thoughts, my own memories. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's the tree where I buried them. I thought since it was really the only thing still standing here that it'd be easy to find. Joe, remind me, does the tree have its leaves, or you said it was bare?
Only at the top.
Okay. It's been about 4 years now since it happened, but I can still see it all. I can still smell it all. I know it's not actually here, but I can hear them, and I can smell everything like it just happened. But I think it'd be good to go and say hi. And I'm gonna walk over to the tree. If Prisha wants to come with me holding hands, then that's okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And then where is everybody else?
I was just about to ask that.
I think the rest of us are probably hanging back a little bit. I can't speak for everybody, but I think Ianthe's hanging back a little bit. Yeah.
We're hanging back too.
Yeah, just trying to be respectful of the moment. Tishian is just standing there watching.
But because Adim is inherently distrusting of the world, he's watching behind them.
I'm crying again. Like, just silently weeping.
Alyssa's holding your hand, I think.
I mean,
I
you
think
guys.
Tishian's just hugging Jet a little bit right now. I think he's just like holding Jet and hugging him.
Yeah, Jet is just standing by, standing back.
You guys can come say hi if you want. It's okay.
I wasn't sure if you wanted us up there with you or not.
Yeah. And then as everybody kind of gets a little bit closer, I'm gonna say this kind of talking like to everybody, but not necessarily more to the tree and the absent-mindedness of it. When my parents died that day, I lost everything. My family, my home, love. I was alone, I was broken. And most days I felt like I should have died with the rest of them. I'd lay in whoever's bed had paid for the night or whatever floor I could find and ask myself, why me? Why, when the world burned down everything else around me, why was I the only one to make it out? Physically, I was alive, but that was the extent of it. And he'll probably... I'm going to kind of grip Prisha's hand a little bit tighter. Since then, though, I've learned that even when the world is dark, and I feel alone, and I feel empty, there are people out there who can bring back a little glimmer of light inside. And when you meet enough of them, that combined shine can illuminate even the darkest of thoughts. But probably the most important thing I've learned in the past 4 years is that the people we care about the most when they pass on, they're never really gone. Death isn't the end. Like Prisha, they find a new way of living through us. We tell their stories, remember the way they held us, the way they made their way in the world, the way they made us laugh. We cook their food, we laugh at their jokes, and Every day we continue to put forth those lessons that they taught us. And as long as we remember them, they keep living through each and every person that they've touched. But even so, overcoming grief isn't instantaneous or overnight. It takes time, and that hole they left is never really filled. There's no such thing as getting over it, but each day it does get easier and easier to keep going and to keep living. And I've learned that when that grief comes flooding back, it's okay to let it in. It's okay to feel the sadness and the loss, because it means that we love them and that we still do. And when the tears, when I'm done crying and they run dry and the numbness fades, we can just pick ourselves up and keep forward, taking it day by day. And Grian's going to reach out a hand and place it on the tree. And you'll see that the lines of the bark begin to glow. And it crawls its way up the trunk and through the branches until it reaches the sparse canopy. And it spreads through not just the veins in the leaves, but through the tips of all the branches as well, until it becomes like this illuminated, arrhythmic twinkling of glittering light, kind of embroidery almost. And as he pulls his hand away from the tree, you see that from whatever pocket you guys have stored Grian's gifts, the feathers give off the same light. So, as long as the ones we care about live here, and he's gonna point to Prisha's chest where her heart would be, they will always be there when we need them the most. It's where we find safety and comfort in the light of everyone we ever lost, ever found, and have yet to meet. That's where home is. And as long as we have that, we'll be okay. And he's going to turn and look at Ianthe and to Alyssa and back at Ianthe. You'll be okay. I know that they loved me and they did what they could to protect me, and that's enough. That's enough for me. So whether they're buried here at this tree or back in Dare's Wharf, they're with me every day.
I think as Grian's epiphany kind of winds down, Prisha, under her breath, whispers what she heard his mother say, "My baby, it's okay." And I don't know if she fully realizes that she says it. I think it just comes out.
I hear that, and I just look down at Prisha, and I smile. You know, the reason I have this scar, as I ran through the town and I healed who I could, saved who I could, which ended up being futile anyways, I ran out of magic, or ran out of power, and I was gonna heal my mom for the last bit I had, but instead she grabbed my hand, put it to my eye, and made me heal myself instead. because she knew as long as I was okay, they were okay. And as fucked up and as terrible as the shit that happened here, as long as we're okay, as long as each of us are okay, I'll be okay. Sorry, there's not much to look at. Yeah, time does that.
I think it's beautiful.
Sorry, guys.
I think for anybody who is looking around, I'd like you all to give me a perception check. Everyone except for Grian.
$19.
21.
15.
I got another 16.
Nice. So, Prisha. With your dirty 20 religion check, the moment that your eyes, your focus moves away from Grian, you hear more almost whispers, but really it's the sound of death. Just with the volume turned very low. It's not unbearable, but you can't really turn it off right now. So it's always kind of just sitting there in the back of your mind, hearing it just off from any conversation that's happening around here. You're hearing that sound. And you hear another voice. It says, "My brothers won't hurt you. Please, just give them to us and we can leave together." The voice sounds strained. And I think you look, because once again it's directional. And you look off. Nadim, noticing Prisha's immediate sort of turn, you look in that direction, assuming the worst. And you notice something odd. There is in this sea of grass, there is an area where grass is growing a little taller. It's a small little patch, but it's odd. It's out of the ordinary. You're not you haven't been on the land longer than you've been under the sea, but you've never really seen an area like this before, and even if it is a weed or something, I think for a Deem, the curiosity kind of catches you in maybe not knowing what a weed is, and seeing that as like, that's odd. Do you go and investigate? You can say no.
I know. And I'm going to ask a question before I say yes or no. I'm not sure yet. How far away is it from the thing, and would it disturb what Brian is doing? If I go to investigate it, will it disturb Brian?
I don't think so. I'd say it's probably about, it's only about like 20 feet off. So it's kind of in that like perfect space of like, if you were to try to look through this, you're not going to be like a distraction from what's going on.
Then I will investigate, because I'm not trying to draw attention towards myself or away from him. But if something strikes me at odd at a place of death, I want to know what's going on.
Cool. Yeah. Do you infer with Prisha at all?
Is she carrying one of the stones? I forget.
Yeah.
I will, under my breath, say, I think I see something. And I will turn hers. I'll turn on everyone's but Grian's, because he's in his moment, and I want him to have it.
Prisha, do you follow?
Yeah, I think Prisha's gonna, kind of detach from Grian, let him have his space, and she's gonna move as not stealthily, she's not hiding, but she's gonna move as unobstructively as possible to join Adim.
Alyssa immediately takes your spot and grabs Grian's hand.
Good.
It's just there. As you both head over there, Prisha, I would like, I'm actually going to take a moment to go back in time. You said specifically there's something about the concept of that sort of metal in that carriage kind of just intriguing you, but also throwing you off.
Yeah.
Do you touch it?
I think at some point in the night, she would have snuck off to, snuck over to, sate the sensory curiosity. Yes.
Yeah. As you touch some of the machinery of the vehicle, you can feel the odd, just cold lifelessness. Everything that you have touched, everything that exists around you, even your clothes, the dirt, everything that people consider to be even gross, disgusting. Everything has a place. But something about this metal feels very alien-like. As you walk over with Adim, as we flash back, there's a moment where you take a step forward. Prisha, are you wearing boots? Are you wearing sandals? Are you wearing no shoes?
No shoes, cloven hooves, baby.
That's right, cloven hooves. That's right. So as you step closer to the area that I think honestly for Prisha, natural nature sort of things, weeds can show up just as random tall pieces of grass all the time. That's not a big deal at all. You don't notice that as being a weird thing as Adim's kind of walking towards you. I think there's part of you that's kind of assuming that Adim's hearing what you're hearing. But as you touch down close to right where Adim, like probably like right before where Adim was like about to like kind of like wait, stop. As you are stepping closer to it, you feel that same sort of cold feeling. But as you look down, you see nothing but grass. And I'd say this is where Adim goes, oh, wait. Like, you know, like kind of like as Precious basically stepping right in that area, that taller grass.
Dean's probably gonna do the whole soccer dad, like, whoa.
Yeah.
And try to get a closer look. Like he'll crouch and see if he can make out what's causing the taller grass. Is there a mound? Like what's up? Without actually reaching down into it or letting her step on it. Like this looks odd to him. Is there something visually he can see before he starts? He's not going to start digging in the ground immediately when you know. That's just
that was Precious' first thought too.
Yeah.
So
there's a moment where Prisha, there's like you wouldn't think twice in this area except for the stuff that you're going through and feeling. Give me a nature check.
Not good. 5.
Okay. I'm sorry. You would have advantage on this. This is plant stuff.
Oh my god. It's not that much better, but an 11.
Okay. 11's good. It's above the 50% line. You notice that the grass here in this specific spot is a little darker. A little bit of a darker hue. It's also significantly taller. I'd say maybe like another foot taller than the rest of the grass around it. And with an 11, you know that there are certain areas that are when an animal is killed suddenly, over time, sometimes the grass around that area can grow different based on the blood that is spilled. Adim. I say Pressure, do you say anything to Adim with this?
Yeah. It's different, and I think there's something there.
I mean, I see it's different. It's growing taller, but
it's dead things are fertile to the ground. They make it grow. They make it grow bigger, but
Deem not about coral. Okay. Yeah. You know, like, makes sense.
Oh, there's an underwater equivalent. Oh, okay.
He didn't say that out loud. But he's just like,
okay.
Like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And as he's soccer dadding with a hand out, I think she's just gonna kind of move his hand, and I think she's gonna use.
Before he says, he does say, "This is Bree in space."
You're right.
If we're gonna start messing with it, we should confer with him. I just thought there might be danger here.
Right. Good idea.
How about you seem to get along with him better than I do? Why don't I stay here and mark this spot and you go talk?
How far away is everybody? We're not that far
20
away,
feet.
right?
Yeah,
oh, okay. Okay. There's only so much trouble 20 feet can give you.
Yeah, don't walk those 5 miles.
You walk 10 feet, and that displacer beast that was there before just kind of shoots out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
I knew it.
Wasn't a high enough perception check. I'm sorry.
My 21 sucked.
21? Not high enough. Sorry.
Not high enough. Sorry.
I rolled
Do
that
you know
again.
how fast these things are? Anyways, no, you're fine. So
Prisha nods.
Yeah.
Yeah, Prisha nods. She's gonna kind of like give a reassuring tap to Adim and just kind of head back.
And honestly, Adim was thinking more along the lines of she's not necessarily close with Grian. He said that because I might be more capable of defending myself, and this is a problem. That's why he said it.
I don't think that just totally escapes her. Because she's not super close with Grian. I think she's like, that's weird, but I'm gonna trust Adim. Okay. Yeah, and she's gonna head back to Grian and kind of wait off with like her hands folded until he like moves.
Grian, do you notice Prisha's presence as she comes up?
Yeah, I probably just hear her crunching on the grass behind me. Did you find anything interesting? I'm sorry, I know that you're a little more in tune to the dead, and there's quite a few dead here. So I'm sorry.
You don't need to apologize for my abilities. And yes, we found something interesting that we want to take a look at, but I wanted to see where you stood on it before we did. And she's gonna kind of just gesture over to Adim, 20 feet away.
Sure. What do you think you found? And I will walk with Prisha as we go to the spot.
Grian, roll me a history check.
I also think Prisha kind of invites everybody to come along. I don't think she's isolating Grian and Adim out. Like, she's just kind of like, okay, guys, come on.
And everyone but Grian heard me say, I think I see something. So it's like
history
except for Grian was aware. So
history is a 10. 9 plus 1.
There's something about the spot that you feel. Looking around, you don't really make any sort of connection of like where things were here. But it's all kind of a blur at this point. Maybe there's something here, maybe there's nothing. There might be a touch because you Grian specifically mentioned this. Like, I think there's a touch of like, I think maybe like just like a small little bit of like, I don't think it's embarrassment. I think there's just more of like the idea of like, this doesn't mean nearly as much to everyone else as it does to me. And I think given what I know of, or what we know of Grian, there's a touch of like, okay, we can stop focusing on me now. I'm ready to step away from that as a preemptive sort of part of it. So as you look down at the patch of grass, you're ready for whatever they find or don't find, but there's nothing in particular that you feel would be
significant.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think you guys found here besides taller grass?
Well, the taller grass is weird. I mean, places that have the ground holds trauma just like anything else does. I think death can be fertilizing to the ground, but this in such a small spot just feels wrong. And I want to check it out.
That's fine. I'll just say that if you find a skull or something, I would probably just leave it.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Valid. Fair.
And the finger bones, if you don't mind.
I had no intention of willingly taking anything from this space, if that helps.
Are they close enough that I'm hearing this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I kind of look over and say, well, I lost you for a second. Sorry.
You
so
did.
I look over and say, well, but what Trisha said about death nourishing the ground, didn't this happen a while ago, Brian?
Yeah, like 4 years ago.
So that would explain the tree, but not this specific location, because doesn't grass grow and die quicker than trees?
Yes.
So then why does this grass look different?
I guess we'll find out.
I don't know much about the surface, but I know trees last
No
longer.
grass. I mean, Prisha, if you guys want to go for it, go for it.
I think Prisha's gonna hoof it.
I'm not. I'll just take a step away, like stand up and let Prisha do her thing now that Grian is improving. So.
Hoof it as in dig?
I think she's gonna poke with her hoof exploringly, and then if the ground beneath her foot does not give out, she will probably begin to dig.
You got it. Cool. And you guys watch Prisha dig. Green, as you watch Prisha dig, for some reason, and I would say mostly because of probably just the area in general from where you are, you hear the sound of the shh. And a conversation held by you and Xavier. Please don't make this any harder than it needs to be. There's a moment, Prisha, where your hands find something cold. An alien.
She's gonna grab it.
As you start to pull something out, you find this weapon, this dagger. And I'll explain what it looks like in a second, but I think for Grian, given that wisdom saving throw, you don't see the dagger. The memory of that moment between you and Xavier is playing in your mind, right in front of you. My brothers won't hurt you. Please just give them to us and we can leave. Together. My father will understand. We can be together. I love you. And the memory fades. But there's a moment in that memory that you make a realization that when you ran Xavier through with your blade,
saw blood. And you know that that would be a killing blow. Unless he had this. As you look down, you see a dagger with a red leather hilt to it. A sharp blade to one side, but the other side, at first almost looking serrated, but actually notched. Heavy notches marking in the blade. This is a parrying dagger. And Jet, just from your standpoint, from where you are, no identify needed here. This is a magic parrying dagger. In this moment, Green, you're not sure. You've never been sure. But you feel a little less sure that Xavier is dead. There's a possibility that he's still alive. And with that, we're going to take our 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10.
Left cheek.
Or the right cheek, actually.
Oh, right cheek. You're right. You're right.
Right cheek.
Left cheek. Get it
Right
together.
cheek.
All right.
Okay.
So we are back. Prisha, as you were holding this weapon, you notice that there is a dark, like almost brown, kind of stain on one of the like serrated edges. I say serrated. It's trying to think of a better word for it. It's like you'll see in the picture, but it's essentially kind of designed to be able to parry something and catch it in the blade.
So like between the teeth of it?
Yeah.
I am standing there in a little bit of bewilderment. I've never seen the blade in action. I'd say he probably pulled it out to do something stupid like cut a branch out of the way or something, and or make a fishing pole kind of deal. And I'm gonna pull, I guess not pull back out. My Kopesh is gonna go ahead and appear in my hand. This is where I stabbed him. I mean, I've mentioned him before, Xavier. He's the guy that I loved when this all went down, and in the rush of everything and in the anger, this was his blade. This made the scar in my eye. This made the scar on my heart in this land, and I stabbed him with it. But that's also his. I saw him use it once before, but do you mind if I just look at it for a second? Cool.
Take it, please.
So Green's I'm gonna take it and pull it out of its sheath.
Sorry, no sheath.
Good. Oh, okay.
Because he would have dropped it.
Sorry, I thought it was in like a red leather thing.
The hilt is red leather.
Oh, got it. And I look it over, and I feel like with the amount of force I put behind the Kopesh, and you can tell me if I'm reaching. As I look at it, I think I see that one of the teeth, or a couple of the teeth in the knife, just bent out of the way, out of shape, just enough to parry me and the amount of force that I did.
Yeah. As you look at the dagger, you see, like I said, you see that kind of like spot of blood, knowing that you definitely, it lessened the blow, but you also notice that on the kind of just above the cross guard, at the base of the blade, there is a small carved circle with what looks to be makeshift sort of like rays coming off it, depicting the sun.
Oh, okay. I'm still staring at the blade, and I see that sun. And I start to tear up a little bit. the sun being kind of like Grian's, my own magical origin. I think I start to tear up, and I just say, I don't know. Now I don't know if he's alive or if he's dead. What if he hates me? And what if I do still love him even after everything, and it's stupid, and I don't know. And what if he hates me? And what if he comes after me? Like, what if he comes after us? Look what they did when they thought there was living light here. Like, just imagine if they found out. I think he just like kind of starts rambling, and and I don't know what to say, and I don't know what to do, and
just holds on to his arm.
And as I feel Prisha like put that weight on me, I stop. I thank you for finding this, and thank you everybody for letting me come here. I can't thank you guys enough, and there's a part of me that feels like I might never be back here again. So for me, it was good to see this place at least one more time.
Alyssa kind of like looks around, catches Titian's eyes, kind of comes over and walks up to Titian's.
What do you need?
Hey, I don't know if I'm understanding everything.
Mm-hmm.
If that guy shows up, we're gonna fuck him up, right?
We're gonna fuck him up so hard. That's not even. We're going to demolish him. Absolutely.
Just in the ground, through the ground.
Like, no ground left. We're gonna just absolutely destroyed.
Becomes the new ground.
We're gonna make him a grain of sand. It's gonna be amazing.
And then I'll burn him into glass.
And then we're gonna take that glass and throw it against a wall to break it again. And it's gonna be amazing.
Okay, we probably should be paying attention.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Obviously, you can feel free to RP and spend as much time here as you guys want. There is a moment that I think, Titian, I would like for you to... I think I'd like you to roll me a history check.
Sure. Been rolling bad all night. History's not my greatest stat, but we'll give it a go.
Give it a go.
Called it. That was a nat one.
I think with a nat one, first off, nice work calling your shot. I think with a nat one, there is a weird moment that you wonder, based on the timeline, where you were during this. If this happened before events. When your battalion probably marched through here, having no idea what happened. But you don't know for sure.
No. And I think Tishin gets angry a little bit, just to himself. Because in thinking about how his battalion marched through and probably marched right through this area and had no idea what was going on, this is the kind of thing the battalion should be able to look out for. Protecting this type of village, showing up and doing good. This should have been should have been how they were spending their time. And instead, Messetti.
Right. It starts to rain. Just slightly.
Hey, Jet.
Yeah.
Cats don't like water. Can you get the bubble up for us right now, or?
Sure, it'll take 10 minutes, but yeah.
I just wave my hand, and the rain stops falling on Tishin.
Thanks, Dame. I appreciate it.
There's a moment of just like.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, this Tishin's hair is. Whoa.
This is. Yeah.
You look even bigger.
Oh, do I?
Yeah. Your hair's sticking up everywhere.
Yeah, that's because of the. It's because of the rain.
I really wanted to say because of the muscles.
Oh, you think it's because of the muscles?
Joe does. I wouldn't say that, but Joe.
I mean, I've been working out a little bit more in the morning, but that's neither here nor there.
I almost hunted a bear.
Dean briefly lets the water fall on Tishin again when he says that, and it's like, oh, sorry. I lost concentration. And kind of smirked at Tishin.
See Tishin just looking at Dean now. Dean, how are you doing today?
Good enough to keep this water off you.
Yeah. I think Tishin, I'm picturing this as Tishin getting a Dean kind of alone-ish in some ways.
Okay.
Sort of sidebar conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will say that you also notice that a Dean is taking the water he's making go from you and directing it to the base of the tree.
Nice.
Dame, what's
I'm shaping water. What's up?
I'm just checking in, just saying hey. I feel like we just walked for like 17 minutes side by side, then watched our friend cry over his dead parents, and then find a dagger in the woods. And we just haven't said hey yet today, so I thought I would.
So what you're saying, a pretty standard new moon day for a Sunday.
I mean, you could say that. This morning they were arguing over boars, but
okay, so it's Saturday then. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just checking in. Are you doing all right? Or are you seeming a little?
I'm always fun fishing.
Sure.
A dog suddenly appears and shakes its head no to that.
It's I lost our dog's name.
Danzig.
Danzig, yeah.
Danzig, it's Danzig.
Danzig, no, not now. Not now.
While you're talking, I want to show you something.
Oh,
they are.
Oh, you're getting big.
And he's only 8.5 months old.
Oh, wow.
Look at those big eyes.
It's a big boy.
I need 2 fake heads on him, and then
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the right photo, I can Photoshop him into Danzig.
yeah.
Okay, there you go. That's what we need.
That's what we want.
That's
Beautiful.
Tishy was just trying to say hey to Adim, just sort of checking in. Even if Adim doesn't want to talk back,
Well,
Tishian's making the effort.
Yeah, and when after a moment, once I can convince this beast to stop, okay, Adim will just look at Tishin and just like nod as he continues to take the water off. He doesn't say anything else beyond that because Adim, despite what I spoke about Adim's psychological state, he's not really sure how to put that into words.
Mm-hmm.
So he just kind of nods at Tishin, but doesn't say anything because he can't really verbalize that.
All right. I think Tishian, just like seeing Adim's nod, Tishian will just sort of reach his hand out and like just absolutely like smack Adim on the shoulder in like a sort of a camaraderie sort of way, and then just sort of like walk away.
And Adim will follow him close, within about 5 feet, to keep the water off him. He'll be his
umbrella.
Magical umbrella.
Alyssa goes up to Iantheus. Hey, actually, I think she does this. Hey.
Hey. What's going on?
I need to pee.
Okay.
I can't do it here.
Okay. Go in the woods.
We're away from the woods. There's only one tree, and I can't do that.
All right. Come on, we'll go this way.
And that is my segue, unless there's something else you guys want to do here.
No, I think as they get ready to go, as the party gets ready to go, I'm going to go back to the tree. And I'm going to take a small branch, like just a small twig like branch off of it. And just, as a piece of remembrance. Because like I said, as long as they're with us, like that's what counts. And as the tree fades from view and I turn around to look at it one last time, in my mind, I see my mom and my dad standing at the base of it, arm in arm, looking at me and just smiling. And I smile at it. And I turn around and I get up next to Ianthe and I put my arm out for her to grab.
I'll grab it.
And I think I just lean my head into hers downward as we leave.
Adim, as we're leaving, Adim definitely picks up a pebble.
You look at it, it's actually a piece of like rubble from someone's
No, actually, no. It's like a little something that would fit on my index finger. He collects.
I what I'm saying is like it's all crumble.
Okay. Well, whatever he thinks is a pebble.
You guys continue off. Now dealing with a slight rain. It's just kind of making everything a little bit more glum. As you are walking, you notice that there's an interesting sort of moment here where I think you all kind of notice this in your own way, as you guys kind of have to kind of go back up a hill.
and you see to the east and to the west, as far as the eye can see, it's just grass, just plains. There's the occasional tree, but it's small. So you guys are noticing this, I would say I don't want to take time to kind of roll this. I'll say that anybody who has a passive perception of higher than 13, I'll say. You notice, 13 or higher, I mean, you notice in the far, far, far distance to the east, just a tall cliffside. And there's something that is glinting at the very top of it. But it is days, maybe weeks away. To the west, you notice more mountainsides off to the distance. I'd say for those of you 11 or higher, it's a little closer. And for many of you, you're reminded you can't really see it, but you feel like you can. It's a little bit further north. But in your mind's eye, you can see just the craggy, sort of weird, misshapen hill of Raven's Rock. And there's a moment of just taking it in that you're in it. You're in the middle. The middle of North Emea. And even though you're on a hillside with no cover for miles, I think you all feel weirdly, maybe everybody except for Dean, you all feel weirdly safe. Like there's no one around. For 100+ miles. And then Alyssa shouts out, "I need to pee!"
All right, we've got to find a good pit stop if anyone sees anything.
There's nothing but grass all around here.
You're sure? The grass is tall?
Oh,
Like 60 feet that way.
this sucks. Nobody look! And you see, just go off.
If we get to a spot to like rest for an hour or two or whatever for lunch, Jet would like to speak telepathically to Ianthe and ask if she has the ability to make a lot of water quickly.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean we can fast forward to that. You guys, I'll say
Before we fast forward, can I ask you a couple things?
sure.
I mean, while Adim is trying to remember his father's words and trying to be at peace with this non-water ocean, and he's really trying. I want to look through my book on the map, or any maps that I've collected over the times. Where do I think that glint is coming from? Can I place it on the map?
Oh yeah, with Miles.
Yeah, can I say it's about here? I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Like, just so I can mark it, like, with anything.
Yeah. I don't know if I need to make you roll for anything in this. You already did all the work. So I think you like looking through the maps, taking the time, and we'll say, I mean, we could do this during the short rest because you guys are still you're having to like rest in like an area that is like just a downhill sort of like space where you know that there's one side where you're protected because there is literally no trees around.
Okay.
So it's this kind of just weird open plains area from where you're at. As you're like taking that short rest to kind of look through, you see there's a mark and a dot and a phrase that says FARRAH ?
Okay.
As that area might be known as Farah.
Is that the city we were briefly teleported to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And does Adim put that together?
Say that again.
Adim puts that together. Like he's heard the name while we were there, and he's like, "Oh." So he's probably looking at the maps and going, "Oh,
Golden City." Yeah.
He verbally goes, looks in the distance, goes, "Oh," and just like makes a note of it in his book in Primordial and closes it. Like, okay, like not Messetti, but I know where I am now. Yay.
Yep. I should mention, as I'm also looking at the map too, you also notice that there is an expanse of what looks to be just the like kind of like the top sort of north lip of what looks to be terrain sort of changing into the more desert area. But you're kind of.
And during my short rest, I'll just catalog and draw like I usually do, and fascinated with paper.
Yeah. So, short rest, Jet, Ianthe, RP, ready, go.
I mean, how much water do you need? Short answer, yes.
Adim's been kind of, I guess, seasick, but in the opposite terms, if that makes sense. And I just kind of wanted to cheer him up a little bit, so I can make like the stage. I could make a box. And if you could fill it up, he could swim around for a little bit.
That's so sweet. I love the idea.
Thinking in my head, I feel like Adim would hate that, but
a little aquarium for him. I love the idea.
That's about the best I could do.
I love the idea. I think maybe we wait until there's a little more cover because I don't think Adim is going to love being underwater where he can't see if something is coming.
But it's see-through. And you can look around for miles.
It's an aquarium. Yes, I know that, and you know that. Adim is, shall we say, stubborn?
You don't think he'd like it?
I think he would be very touched by the gesture, but I think he might prefer we were in a more secure location before we try a swimming pool. Maybe when we get to Messetti.
That's... How far away is that?
I have no idea. Prisha would know.
It's just come to my attention that we're just blindly
like 4
following.
days.
Oh, we're talking telepathically as we go.
Okay. Yeah.
At least I was. I just didn't want to let Adim know that I was planning on making an aquarium for him. But it's just come to my attention that we've been following an undead goat person into the plains in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And we have no idea where we're going.
Right.
And she brings bones and things back from the dead.
Correct.
And don't get me wrong, I like Prisha a lot. She's like one of my best friends, but it is kind of unsettling.
Oh, it's extremely unsettling.
And we have a young girl with us.
Yep.
And we just cried.
Yep.
And this is going to be a long trip, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So meanwhile, Alyssa. So, can you bring like anything back?
Well, kind of. I think most of the time, yes.
Okay, because I had this pet rat.
Do you have any pieces of it?
I didn't think to keep a piece of it.
Oh. I can make you a new rat.
Okay.
Okay. Prisha's going to reach into her pouch of bones. You can't set me up, bud. She's gonna reach into her pouch of bones, and she's just gonna kind of like separate out like a mouse head and some vertebrae and some like little tiny paw pieces, and she's just gonna kind of like focus on it really hard until they kind of all start to come together in a vaguely mouse shape.
Beautiful.
And then it's just gonna like, yeah.
I need a spell. I need a roll. I need a something.
Yo, you need me to use an actual skill for this? Dang.
Yeah, I'll say give me a D20 and use your spell modifier. Can someone roll good?
Joe, it's a 21.
Oh, okay, great.
I rolled an 18 on the die.
21 is good. You see, there is okay, cool. So 21 is good. I want you to roll it again. Because there's good, and then there's like too good. I think.
Like eerie, unsettling.
So
good?
this is the control roll.
Oh, no. Imagine I had rolled a nat 20. Imagine that.
That'd be good.
It's like a 14.
Okay, 14 is good. 14 is good enough. Yeah. There's a certain point where you start to make this the vertebrae, the arms, the legs, and the tail of this rat, and you notice that there's a couple other pieces that start to get connected to the back end of this rat. A couple other bones, and you can tell me what bones get attached to this rat's tail.
I think like extra phalanges.
Yeah.
Like hands.
Little rat fingers on the tail.
Rat fingers on the tail. This is the most unsettling thing I could possibly imagine.
That was the worst answer and the best answer.
It was that, or it was like an ear.
Yeah.
I had to go with the hands.
Yes,
Like it's
I like
little
it.
it's little tiny like 2-digit rat hands where it's just like that connects itself to the end of the tail and just kind of thrashes around a little bit, getting used to the fact that it's in the wrong place.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love it.
See what I mean? That is.
Oh my god, I love it!
And I kind of feel
Sorry,
like
Chelsea.
it probably doesn't grow skin necessarily, but I feel like there has to be something covering the bone at least a little bit,
It's
like
up
a
to you.
magic, maybe it's just a magical bag that covers the bones.
Like I guess I'm asking, so would it be like it looks like they're put together by some sort of like skin like force field, so it's like fully see-through?
Like shimmering iridescent,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, okay, cool. I like it.
So that it's not just like clinking as it walks, it like moves like a rat
Okay.
with a hand tail.
But only really like looking at it in any sort of angle except for one, it just looks like a skeleton rat.
Yes.
With it.
But it moves eerily like a living rat.
Yeah. I like it.
Like it's fluid like a moving living rat.
Beautiful.
But it looks like skeletons in 99% of cases.
You see it kind of like it splays out full like and practices kind of getting up. Does this a couple times and then finally kind of like gets the hang of it and like looks up at you.
Hi. I love him. What do you want to name it?
Finster.
Finster? Okay. And she's going to place the bone rat on Alyssa's shoulder.
Oh, why are the bones wet?
Well,
Oh.
I don't tend to ask those questions.
Dean jumps in. It's raining.
Oh, it's raining.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
It feels like a different wet, though, but yeah, okay. And you see Finster goes and crawls around Alyssa's neck, kind of like, and then wraps the somewhat elongated tail around her arm, grasps onto its own tail, and just hangs like a bat from her arm.
Do you mean like a possum? Because I think possums do that.
Yeah.
Did you just?
I mean, a bat does it too.
I made a rat possum.
Don't correct me on the skeletal rat. Yeah, actually, rat possum's great.
I'm working on it.
Okay. Yeah. So just like hanging down. This is the best thing anyone's ever given me.
I'm glad you like it, Alyssa.
This is the coolest thing ever. Does it stay?
For a while, but I can resummon him.
Whenever I want?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Come here, Finster. I gotta feed you some more bones. And just goes and walks off.
She'll fit right in. Oh my gosh, I can teach her how to do it herself.
It's good.
And
You
then
guys
she
just feed all your powers into her. Yes.
Well, it's not like she's not joining a bone cult. She'll learn eventually.
Yeah, she'll figure it out.
Alyssa's actually Captain Planet, and the 6 of us, our powers combined,
Yeah.
create this little girl.
Power of death, power of trauma, power of mommy issues.
Beautiful. So anything else you want to do during this short rest? All right, cool. So with that, you guys head off into, as you are crossing through the plains, there is, coming up right at about nighttime, you start to notice that there is a small cluster of trees that are able to give like a little bit of cover as you find a place to camp down for the night. I would like, as you guys are kind of like walking through over this, I would like perception checks from everybody. I know you guys already rolled them, but roll them again.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
You
4.
said perception.
13. Oh.
Hey.
Hey Joe.
Natural 20 for a 20.
Ooh, that's nice.
Hey Joe. I rolled a
Yeah.
28.
Ooh, I like that a lot.
Nice.
As
It's
a
not a
natural,
natural. It's not a natural 20 though.
Yeah, but yours is still higher than mine.
So who rolled bad?
I got a 4.
Okay.
So just me.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, cool. Just anything. Great. As you all are kind of seeing the shaded sort of trees there, you notice that there's some trees, and then there's further on clearing if you go further up north. But looking off a little bit to the west, you notice that there is a couple of what looks to be like high mountain ridges that seem to kind of like collapse in the middle, almost as if Tishin, I hear the 28, but I think the nat 20 and the idea that it's Jet kind of gives a level of understanding here. Jet, roll me a nature check.
Okay, here comes the one to balance everything. No, ooh, that's still decent. That's a 13 plus 9 is a 22.
Yeah, solid. This is this is not a natural. This is not a natural separation between the ridges there. It looks like something might have blasted through it.
Now, when you say something blasted through it,
Like a meteor?
Like a meteor.
like a meteor. Okay. So that would be the. I just talked about it with what was his name? It starts with an R, and now I can't remember it. He was just here. Ruvert. This is what he was looking for, something like this, right?
Well, yeah.
I mean, I would point it out to everybody. Unfortunately, I have to sleep before I can send him a message.
Yeah. As you point out, Titian, with your 28, give me a religion check with advantage.
With advantage, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see if we can make this work.
Green, I would ask you to roll a religion check as well, but man, you've never rolled above a 10.
You know what? For
You
shits
want
and
to now,
giggles.
go for it. I'll be very mad. I'm so mad.
17.
You son of a bitch.
I rolled an 18.
Yeah.
18. Okay, cool.
Look at us.
So cool. This is a great moment. We will get a lot of Grian and Titian moments here. As you guys are kind of coming over the hill and looking at this, Jet is kind of pointing out that the ridge over there looking interesting. And Titian and Green, you don't notice like, hey, it looks like there's a big, like, that's not how nature works. That's not your focus. You feel an energy coming from that area. It's very soft, but it's like a pulse. This is still miles away.
Would I have any sort of recollection of it if it matched those two meteor shards?
I'll say with that 17, yeah, it feels similar.
Titian, do you feel that over there where Jet was pointing out? That like pulse, that humming.
Yeah, I can feel something over there.
Titian, you've had some experience with these types of things, as well as Korea, but in a different way. Titian, you get a sense of what starts out with a feeling of need. That you could only describe as hunger.
Hunger that I feel inside myself? Or the feeling of this thing is hungry?
This something in that, past that ridge. Gives a sense of hunger.
Yeah, I feel it over there. I think death lies around that corner. Let's go check it out.
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with that. To be perfectly honest, it feels like the very shards that cost me my parents. Look at that magic. I can feel it. It's similar. It's the same. So I mean, if you're down, I'm down.
Adim, this is a perfect time for you to come in with your maps, my friend.
Okay. So do I hear them?
Map.
Do I hear them discussing this?
Yeah.
Okay,
I imagine
so
you guys are,
and did Tishian? Because I couldn't quite tell. There's other things going on in the house. Good things, but other things. Did he mention hunger out loud, or was that all an internal dialogue?
I did not mention hunger at all. What I said was death.
Oh, death.
Like,
Okay, that's better.
death
Okay.
death seems to be around that corner.
Okay, so I will flip through my pages and my maps and just try to figure out where we are in comparison to where I think Farah is, where we're heading towards Messetti, and see if I can figure out where that, whatever it is, canyon, mountain pass, destructive path, whatever, where can I see where that is?
You have heard the phrase several times. It is not marked on the map as this name, but you have spent days in hearing this name over and over and over again. This is the path to Zajar.
Oh. I'm like, well,
then in that case, we're just gonna.
I don't think we want to go that way yet. And I'm assuming I'm gonna get like a look like, why not? And I'm like, I think that's the path to the jar, and we were gonna do that first, right?
Yeah, maybe we don't take that route while we're still with the
Yeah.
Before we get to our primary location.
I'm sorry, well, I couldn't hear you, Dean.
I said before we get to our primary location, we said Messetti then the jar.
Yeah, I think that's the order of operations we're looking at here.
So now that we know where it is, I'll mark it on the map.
Yeah.
Question.
Jet, do you have something you want to add to this conversation?
I was just going to ask, I don't know how this exactly works, but can I make a teleportation circle here and then us come back here?
Do you have the spell?
I have the spell. I don't know if that's how it works.
I think you have to spend a year doing it.
Yeah,
Don't you?
something like that. Let me look at it real quick.
To make it permanent,
Make it true. Yeah.
Stop it once a day for a year straight without missing.
Yep.
Yeah. Never mind.
So
Good
you guys
thought,
spend
though.
you guys spend a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
1
Yeah.
year later.
I'll be here for a while, guys. Y'all go ahead.
Now Alyssa is 6.
We're all at level 20.
Yeah, everybody's
Seven.
on 20. I'm
She
still
is
here.
6 currently.
She is
I
6.
have
currently.
the-
What
I
an
have the
interesting
time.
way! What an interesting way of bringing in your backup character, Nathan. Like,
Right.
partner with them for a year, and then we'll come back to Jet, circle back around.
Yeah, it's like you guys go to Zajar and he's just been chilling there. Like, man, where are these guys?
Yeah.
I mean, it's only a 3-day trip from where we're going, so sort of.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. So Prisha, you are first off, Prisha, you are leading the charge here. So
Yeah.
when you come to this area, Prisha, what did you get on your perception check?
Like a 14. It was the
14.
same thing as a Adim.
Yeah, 13.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think you see you see what's being discussed. You're just seeing over there. And I think you hear the phrase Zajar, but there's a moment, I think, specifically for you where you recognize, hey, but the destination's Messetti, right?
Yeah.
So.
We're going to Messetti, right?
I just said that.
Okay. Just checking. Okay.
I actually, look, Finster can do a backflip. Look. And is holding Finster by the arm and the leg and doing this. And because there's no twistable appendages, it's just working.
This right here, this is why I rolled a 4.
Yeah. So, look.
That's
USC to get, look, I'll do a big one.
Wow, that's awesome.
Right? Like, I do it with one hand. She does it with one hand, and this is when the spell drops. And Finster just like falls to a bunch of pieces all over her.
Oh my gosh, that was so cool. It happens, remember? It happens.
Is it dead?
Well, it wasn't.
It was never
it wasn't
alive.
Not dead
It's still dead.
before.
Did I kill it?
No.
Okay.
Just remember to grab a piece. You gotta grab the pieces. Or at least most
Okay.
of them.
All right. Nobody move.
Grab all the puzzle pieces.
I mean, like, if you miss a couple, that's okay. I've got plenty. But, just grab as many as you can.
Beautiful. Yeah. So you guys camp out for the evening. Yes, Jet.
Is now the time for the aquarium.
That is. Hey, Jet. That is fully up to you, my friend.
Hey, Ianthe.
I think maybe Messetti might be a good spot.
But I want to do it now.
I know.
First the cat nap, now the aquarium.
I
Next will be a
also-
graveyard for Prisha, and an aviary for Grian.
No. It's a coffin and a bird cage. Get it right, guys.
Obviously, I'm so sorry. Your artistic vision should not be messed with.
They're lost on us, I'll be honest.
I never understood art.
I think it's a great idea. I think maybe once we're in Messetti and things are settled a little bit, might be the best idea. They're over there talking about something important, and I have no idea what.
Hey, Adeem. I was just gonna say it out loud. Hey, Adeem.
I look over and like talking about Zajar. I'm like, yeah.
Do you want to go for a swim?
He like looks. He puts his look down for a second and looks around. Like, did he miss water somewhere?
Is that a yes?
What? And he'll just walk over to Jet.
Well, I mean, we
What are
could
you on about?
give you a spot where you can swim. I know you've been missing it since the river.
Give me a spot.
Don't look at me. It was Jet's idea.
Look, I can make something that could contain a lot of water, and you can swim around.
Oh.
And you could make it saltwater, right?
Sure.
So Adeem gets quiet and is thinking for a moment. And for Joe's sake,
Yeah.
thinking about Aaron,
Yeah.
he looks at Anthony for a second like, dear God, help me.
Isn't that a very thoughtful idea that Jet came up with for you?
Looks at Jet and says, thank you for thinking of me. But I really like natural bodies of water. And then looks at Anthony like, did I do good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
But
don't think I can do that yet.
That was a very nice thought.
Are you sure? Because you could have salt water and you could swim around, and you could still see everything around.
Yeah.
Prisha's.
He's just thinking about being in an aquarium. He's never thought of it before, but he's having like Finding Nemo vibes.
Yeah, this is
Right?
yeah, absolutely.
Feeling very claustrophobic, even though what he's saying.
I think there's a moment where like Alyssa's sort of like a little bit far off with Grian and just like watching this from afar. Is Adeem okay? He's like shaking real weird. Like can't hear the conversation, but just sees Adeem. Just...
Yeah, and he just goes, so I appreciate it, but I'm going to wait until I find a lake or a river or, better yet, the entire ocean.
He looks like he's going to be sick.
I mean, I thought, you know what? When we rest for tonight, I will put it up, and if you want to use it, you can after everybody's asleep. You can take watch while doing it.
As I think one time you called me like one of the party's protectors, and I'm going to insist.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You'll be able to see all around too.
Yes, but I insist you save your magic.
Is this a good conversation? Or... I can't tell if they're
But I'll get it
angry
back
or...
in the morning.
But if something happens in the evening and you need that spell,
Nah, I'll be fine. No. It's just a little bit of my magic.
I mean,
I insist, and I'll just go back
his
to talking
fists
about
are clenched like really hard right now.
You can see the vein popping out of his forehead.
I think he's sweating a little bit.
It's a good idea, Jet. Maybe we'll try again in Messetti.
I mean, you guys could work together. Then you could both swim and hang out.
Yeah, we both could. Both of us swimming in the pool with the clear side, and it's not the ocean.
Look, it doesn't have to be clear. I could also put up the double bubble, or at least the second one, and it's bigger, and then it could be whatever color you want it to be outside.
We'll talk about it again when we get to Messetti. I think things need to settle down a little bit here. We need to get somewhere. We're really out in the open right now.
Adeem turns around to Jet and says, honestly, because he heard them talking as he was walking away.
Yeah.
Hold that thought. I have an idea. And he'll just turn around and walk away.
Okay,
But
good.
that was the first time he seems kind of like he's not completely against the idea.
Yeah.
He's thinking of something. He's just not saying what it is yet.
Okay.
I mean, I could make it look like the ocean around. Okay, I'm gonna go get my bedroll. Jet just kind of walks away.
It's a good idea. We'll keep workshopping it.
Alyssa just listening. That was weird.
If you can hear that, he'd agree.
We cut to the evening fire scene as you guys collecting, kind of going around. Hey, Prisha.
Yes, Alyssa.
What's there to do in Messetti?
Oh, well, there's a swimming hole. We can go swimming. We can climb trees. We can draw on cave walls. We can grow plants. We can grow food. We can sleep. We can dance. We can make fires. There's lots of things to do in Messetti.
One of those things you said is we can grow food.
Yeah.
In my experience, that takes a very long time.
Well, yeah. But also, no, because magic. But, yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it's fun to grow things normally.
Are there, like, people to mess with?
Your sister. Me. Done Mother Udris.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there are people in the cities, but I don't see them very often.
Why not?
They're kind of fighting their own... They like to fight amongst themselves, and I don't like to watch.
We could join.
Why?
We could pick a set, because... I mean, you guys like to fight. You do it a lot.
Yeah, but nobody in these groups is really right or wrong, so if picking a side feels silly. At least when New Moon picks a side, it's because something was very, very right or very, very wrong.
Well, okay.
But Eliane will be there.
Yeah. We could
Did
fight
you ever
her.
play? Well, or you could play pranks on her.
I know.
Why do you want to fight her?
I don't know, because I'm so much powerfuler and stronger now.
That is true. Oh, if Den Mother Udris trains you like she trained me, you're gonna be so tired, and it's gonna be so fun.
Oh. What? She's gonna train me to do what?
Use your powers, probably. I don't know. She trained me how to use mine.
To do what?
I don't know. Protect the circle. Prepare for you.
The square.
Well, now it is a square, and as Ianthe so nicely puts it, it was a line when it was just me and Udris.
Yeah.
But you can also, what if you could learn to make finsters?
Oh, yeah.
You could have so many.
And then I can put them all in Eliane's pillow.
You sure could. Have you ever seen the roly-poly bugs?
Yeah.
So there's these big rocks.
She says, yeah.
Yeah. The little right? The little bugs that curl up?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So they're little bugs that have little tiny armor shells. And when they get scared, they curl up in a little ball and they look like little tiny seeds.
Yeah, and you were one.
I was an armadillo.
I rolled a nat 1. She thinks an armadillo is a roly-poly.
Okay. I was an armadillo, which is very similar now that you point it out. And I really like where your head is at. So they're much tinier. They're like this big. And if you tip over rocks, and actually to prove her point, she's going to grab a rock just from the ground and hold it up to the underside, and if there is dampness in the air, there are roly-polies.
Yeah, of course.
And so she's gonna hold it, and she's gonna like scoop out of the dirt and just kind of do this on her hand and like show her the roly-polies that curl up, and she goes, and then when they stop being scared, like after you put them in a pillow, they start wiggling around, and they would crawl all around Eliane, and she'd be so nervous where they were.
Perfect. And like kind of takes him out. This is the
but
point
you have
where
to promise me one thing.
Yes. Yeah.
If you put them in Ianthe's pillow, I did not tell you what they were.
Okay. Ianthe, roll me a perception check. Also, this is a moment that I miss Ewolf. There was something that Prisha said there, gang, that if anybody wants to ask a question about.
I did get a natural 20.
Okay, cool. Ianthe, along with the idea of hearing the possibility of having roly-polies in your pillow, Prisha mentioned the idea of the tribes fighting. And it was mentioned kind of like a little bit before, but it was never really kind of cleared up on that. So, up to you whether or not you push.
If anyone puts any bugs anywhere near my pillow, I promise you will find something much worse in yours.
Okay, I didn't. No, she didn't. No one told me.
Prisha's laughing. There's no hiding it. It's very much like childish snickering. Just
beautiful.
Prisha,
full gremlin laugh.
You said something. Yeah. That you said the people in the village fight each other.
Well, they argue. I don't know how much fighting has happened lately, but they argue.
I mean, is it really safe to be going there? If people
was it safe in Dare's Wharf?
Oh, no, but people fought there too.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if anywhere is safe, but Den Mother Udris is safe.
Well, that's what I'm asking, because we weren't about to leave Alyssa in Dare's Wharf versus Messetti.
Den Mother Udris keeps the circle safe. I keep the circle safe. She's safe in the circle. The city of Messetti is...
It's more of a triangle, but that's fine.
Will you please? Hold on. It is a square at this point. Alyssa's here too, and if I include all of you guys, it is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 tickle.
A nonagon?
Nope.
Nope. I don't know.
No.
9 tickle.
A 9 tickle.
What sorts of things? I mean, why?
Is that one less than a tentacle?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is it they argue about? I mean, is it factions? Is it just different families?
It's factions, faith, the execution of faith. Same
A
thing
deep quietly rolls his
everywhere
eyes.
fight about. What?
I mean, it's what everyone fights about.
I said Dean quietly rolls his eyes. He's not verbalizing anything, but just like
Heard.
when you said faith, he rolls his eyes.
Seen.
But none of them are particularly violent, right? Oh, I'm rolling an insight check on Wow, your voice went up several octaves. Cool. That's a 10. Nope, I'm sorry. That's an 11.
You want to roll deception? Prussia?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Understood. That was not better. A deception? Oh no. Oh no. I rolled a 7.
Yeah, great.
Great.
I see. Your fears are confirmed.
Well, okay. I mean, other than maybe like the cannibals.
What?
What?
What? Gotta have 3.
Gotta have 3, obviously. That's the yeah, obviously. Well,
Did you just say? What? Okay, Aaron. And I stand up.
okay, it's not
Aaron,
like
I start
random.
walking the perimeter and just watching.
It's not okay. I guess we're doing this. Okay. And Prisha just kind of like resets herself in her seat. Messetti is it's 3 factions of people, and they all express their devotion to the order of the world and nature in very different ways. And one of them is cannibalistic, one of them is a punchy, and the other one is secretive. I'm that one. The punchy ones are fine. The punchy ones are fine. They mostly leave us alone. They're very, the world is all natural orders, and we just honor the earth, right? But then there's the cannibalistic ones, which are probably the most dangerous, really. And I don't have a lot of run-ins with them. In fact, I don't talk to them at all. I don't even think they know I exist. But they honor their dead by absorbing them orally. Nom style.
Nom style.
Yeah, sorry.
Also, by the way, you do know that one of these tribes, Slagtan was probably a part of.
Yeah.
Probably the punchy one.
Yeah, probably the punchy.
You would hope. You would probably hope.
So hearing Prisha going like, "Oh, nature," it's like, okay. Well, you don't know, but
I'm gonna choose to believe that. I'm gonna look at Titian. Was it like that when you were there?
You've been to Messetti? How come you didn't say anything? Where did you go?
Oh no.
It's the quiet oh no for me.
Yeah, I was there before. Didn't really notice any cannibals or. For all intents and purposes, it seemed like a really nice town when I was there last until
Well, then you
things.
absolutely saw the Marani and not anybody else. When were you there? How long ago?
What's it about? What did we decide on, Joe? Was it 5 years?
I messaged you. I can't remember.
Oh, did you message me right now?
No, we talked about it.
Right. I want to say it was 5 years ago.
6.
6.
That answers my next
Wow.
question for Joe.
It was well, it was about 6 years ago, give or take.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wasn't reborn yet.
Yep. I mean, sure. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
I
what
think
did you
I've already
find?
told this. Um, I've already told this story to everyone here like 7 times. I feel like um,
Okay, I'll just go watch past
so
episodes.
yeah, no. So I'll keep it short. It sounds like, and I'm just sort of thinking about what you just said. I was probably there at the end of Messetti, and maybe towards the beginning of these factions.
As Tishian says that, there's a cold pause for a second. It's interrupted by a distant. Oh. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.